Good evening, everybody, and welcome. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Here.
Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Traney.
Present.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Ms. Johnston.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hall, will you kindly lead us in the pledge?
It would be my pleasure. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands,
One nation, under God,
with liberty
indivisible, and justice for all.
We have oodles of minutes to approve. The first are from our meeting of April 28th. May I have a motion?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, those are approved. That brings us to the minutes of the May 6th meeting.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, those are approved. That brings us to the meeting of May 20.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, those minutes are approved. That brings us to the meeting of June 10.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, those minutes are approved. That brings us to the meeting of June 24.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that one is approved. And we're on July 8.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, those minutes are approved. And that brings us to July 22.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele, do you have a comment? Nope. Okay. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, those minutes are approved. Mr. Vacalis, are you reporting for the mayor tonight, or do you wish to defer?
Thank you, sir. As you know, the mayor is hosting the AML reception this evening, but he plans on coming as soon as that is done, and he would like to have the opportunity, at your discretion, to be able to make remarks at that time.
We can, I'm sure, accommodate that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the chair's report, we have a few things. First off, I just got an email this afternoon. The AMATS Policy Committee, scheduled for Thursday, has been requested to be postponed to 2 p.m. to accommodate the chair's schedule. So, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Steele, please note that. On our agenda, we've got a number of items that we're going to make a few changes. As I mentioned to a couple of folks already, I'm going to ask that items 9 Delta 2 through 9 Delta 7 be pulled and set for a public hearing at our December 2nd meeting, based on requests from area business owners in the downtown area. I intend to ask for a motion to combine the public hearing on item 13A, which is the Uber ordinance, with item 14N, which is the other Uber ordinance, and we'll take that up at the conclusion of our regular agenda, so that we can get to the rest of our regular business prior to what I expect will be a somewhat extensive public hearing. And if we can't get that done, we may need to continue the public hearing to a date later this week. I'm working with the clerk's office to find out when that might be. And then finally, I'm going to ask that we combine the public hearing on our budget documents, items 14A through 14G. With that, Mr. Starr, you have a question?
Yes, sir. I guess, is it a chair's ruling on Delta 2? Because I guess I'd like to challenge some of that conversation. It seems to be time certain.
It's not a chair's ruling. It's a vote of my colleagues.
All right, so you'll pull it up and state your case, given the gavel over.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And with that, we are on, I need a motion to incorporate both the addendum and some laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. A little bit of light reading for your viewing pleasure. First item on the addendum is item 9 Alpha 1, AR 2014-306, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Dan Sullivan to welcome members and affiliates to the 64th Annual Alaska Municipal League Government Conference on November 17 through 21, 2014. Item 9 Alpha 2, AR 2014-307, a resolution of Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the month of November 24 as Alaska Native and Native American Heritage Month and November 28, 2014 as Alaska Native and Native American Heritage Day. Item 9 Bravo 5, AR 2014-308, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting relocation of the start of the Iron Dog Snow Machine Race. There's an information memorandum associated with items 9 Delta 2 through 7, AIM 165-2014 regarding LED Ultra Lounge and Grill, and the liquor licenses 4531, 4551, and 4552. Item 9 Delta 21, AM 695-2014, Law Offices of Eric Sanders Professional Legal Services Contract relating to testimony preparation for litigation involving the Port of Anchorage in the amount of $50,000 from the Department of Law. We have item 9F7 for introduction, AO 2014-145, an ordinance of the Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 370-090 to provide for 28-day public review and comment period prior to Assembly action on collective bargaining agreements, sponsored by me for a hearing on December 2nd. AO 2014-146 is item 9 Foxtrot 8. It's an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly electing to allow permanent registration of certain motor vehicles and trailers within the municipality and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 12.07 Biennial Motor Vehicle Registration Tax accordingly, brought to us by Ms. Demboski and Mr. Evans for a public hearing on December 2nd. Item 9F9, AO 2014-147, an ordinance of the Municipal Assembly amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2105, to provide for implementation of the Chugach Park Access Plan, brought to us by Mr. Starr, Trainee, and Hall, public hearing on the 17th of December. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 696-2014. The later on the table items include item 9 Bravo 6, AR 2014-309, a resolution adopting the 2015 legislative program for the Municipality of Anchorage from the Mayor's Office. Item 9F10, AO 2014-148, an ordinance to prohibit the operation of marijuana cultivation facilities, marijuana product manufacturing facilities, marijuana testing facilities, and retail marijuana stores pursuant to Alaska Statute 17.38.110A, brought to us by Ms. Demboski and Mr. Trainee with a public hearing on, I think it's actually supposed to be the 16th. So there was a mistake on the addendum. I apologize for 2014-147, the Chugach Access Plan. That should have been, oh, I'm sorry, that's for February 17, 2015. I misread. My apologies.
So I'm actually going to pull it and move it to December 2nd, so if you want to consider it that.
Well, then why don't I just say December 2nd and we'll call it good.
That sounds great. We can
All
talk
right.
later. Thank you.
And then finally, item 13B, 2, 3, and 4, AO 2014-137S, an ordinance of Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 9.54 and 10.54 to update and clarify regulation and licensing of tow operators, amending other provisions in Titles 9 and 10 for implementation of and enforcement purposes, and amending the civil fine schedule in Anchorage Municipal Code 1460.030, brought to us by Mr. Trainee and Mr. Honeman, accompanied by Assembly Memoranda AM 697-2014 and AIM 166-2014. Please tell me nobody else has anything else. With that, I need a motion to approve the addendum and lay on the table items and the consent agenda, and then we'll go around and ask for items to pull.
Move to approve.
Second.
Let's move to incorporate, I think, isn't it?
We already have the motion to incorporate. Now we just need a motion to approve, and then we'll do items to pull, and then we'll do committee reports. So, we have a motion to approve. We have a second. Mr. Starr, items to pull, sir.
9 Bravo 5 from the addendum.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson?
No items tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Demboski?
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to pull any items, but I do have 3 disclosures, so just depending.
Why don't we do those on committee reports, please?
Okay, because we're not going to vote on them then before committee report?
Correct.
Okay, good.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, anything to pull?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Trainee?
9A1 and 9A2, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Evans?
No items, Mr. Chair.
What do you need to pull? D1, 2, let's say D2,
Through D7, Mr. Chairman.
D2 through D7. Thank you. Mr. Steele.
No items.
Ms. Johnston.
No items, thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
To add as a co-sponsor 9 Foxtrot, 10 on the late on the table.
We'll just make note of that.
Thank you.
That's okay with you, sir.
That's fine.
And Mr. Hall.
No items.
Thank you. With that, prior to voting on the balance of the consent agenda, let's do our committee reports. Mr. Starr.
No report from the audit committee other than the audit plan for suggestions to the audit plan is December 17th. You received a memo from Mr. Raskams today, so you can get that in any form you'd like, either to me or to him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
And Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind the body that before our next meeting, the Eberhardt matter will be up for hearing December 1st through the 3rd, and it is my intent to get a subcommittee together with our legal counsel just to discuss protocol and procedures during that hearing. So I'll be reaching out to Mr. Evans and Mr. Trainee just to get together to make sure we have that ironed out. And besides that, I do have a couple of disclosures, Mr. Chair. The first item, I don't recall if I made a disclosure, so I'm going to just make it again. Item 14H, there's a parcel of property that will be withdrawn from HLB and transferred to Real Estate Services for management by AFD for station number 14. I don't believe I have any conflict. My husband is an IAFF member and a member of Anchorage Fire Department, so I didn't make the disclosure, Mr. Chairman, for you to rule on that one. As well as item 14L. Again, there's some funding that's going to be transferred from the Anchorage Fire Service Area Fund to the Office of Municipal Manager. I don't think I have any personal or financial interest, but I do want to make the disclosure. And finally, Mr. Chairman, item 9F7 for introduction. It is reducing the 28-day public comment period prior to action on collective bargaining agreements. I don't think I have any direct conflicts here, but my husband is a member of IFF Local 1264 and as such is a member of the municipality who is part of a collective bargaining agreement. So I make those disclosures, Mr. Chair, for your ruling.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. As with prior practice, your association with those items is tangential at best, and therefore you will be required to participate.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
And do you have any committee reports to add beyond that?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Trainee. Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. On November 6th, the Ad hoc Committee on Substance Abuse and Chronic Inebriates had another meeting. We heard presentations from Salvation Army, Clitheroe Center, Aquila, and Jeff Jesse from the Mental Health Trust Authority. Again, it was just another information meeting, and our next meeting is scheduled for December 4th.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele?
You already gave my AMATS report, so...
I'm going to start kicking those to you.
Thanks.
Ms. Johnston?
Sorry. Thursday, the Title 21 Committee will be meeting from 1 to 3, and we'll be discussing multi-residential aspects of Title 21 Code. And then we all will have a work session as far as support. C.H. Newham Hill will be doing their presentation. I think that's the 21st. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Public Safety Committee meeting met on November 12th. We had some adjustments to make because of the towing ordinance, so and with 5 Wednesdays in the month of October as well. So we did have the meeting. AFD wasn't able to make it, but we'll try to catch them up in December. APD was, the chief was unavailable to comment on the Uniform Crime Report. We're looking forward to hearing more details in December's meeting. Just to answer my colleague's question, you may have seen an email from an interested constituent about perhaps changing or potential changing the window tinting law. That was a discussion of a constituent that was before the Public Safety Committee, and at that time the Department Administration did not support a change. So there really isn't anything. It was just somebody saw the chief speaking on a public television commentary, and that was just one of the topics he was discussing. Also, there was a 20th anniversary real recently, last week, of almost 24 APD officers. Their academy is now 20 years into it, so potentially losing more officers. We hope not, but we stay, and But with that, there's an academy that's in FTO. There's one that just finished about within the last month that have been cut loose, and so they're looking forward to adding to the staff. And of course, we know that there's some in the budget for next year's academy. The Health and Human Services Department Director reported a couple of positive notes. One is that they're all over and staying in touch with the CDC weekly, now going to biweekly teleconferences, reference the concern around the nation, Ebola, or actually worldwide, that we're in fairly good shape. Our hospitals are drilling and looking at the protocols and making sure that that's taken care of. Also, they talked about the switch and transition from the previous contractor for ASP, the Anchorage Safety Patrol. New uniforms are already in place. They've got some updated training with customer service as well as CPR, and they were able to get, I guess you could say, about $194,000 in savings on the contract that was initially estimated. However, we need to keep an eye on that for this coming year to make sure that their funding needs are met for that. And then with OEM, they're basically going to have a new public affairs person coming on board. They hope rather soon. There was 1 or 2 people being interviewed, and we're hoping to get those in. So our next meeting, I will announce here before the end of the meeting, because I want to confirm I'm not wrong on the date. So I'll get back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Hall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Commission will be meeting tomorrow, City Hall, 12 to 1:30. We're going to have the Dominion Company there doing a presentation on alternative voting methods. And I appreciate that Mr. Trainee will be chairing that meeting for me, as I will be traveling at that time tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that brings us back to the consent agenda and the...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
I think you forgot me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gray-Jackson. By all means. Audit Committee, or sorry, Budget and Finance Committee. Sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. So that brings us back to the consent agenda. The items I have pulled are items 9 Delta 2 through 7 on the regular agenda, items 9 Alpha 1, 2, and B5 on the addendum, and then I have Mr. Honeman being added as a co-sponsor on 9 Foxtrot 10. Did I miss anything? With that, please proceed to vote on the balance of the consent agenda. Ms. Gray-Jackson? Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion carries. That brings us to item 9 Alpha 1. Mr. Trainee.
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please press your buttons, gentlemen. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, we have a representative from AML to come receive this resolution. We do. Hey, Janie, good to see you again.
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Dan Sullivan to welcome members and affiliates to the 64th Annual Alaska Municipal League Local Government Conference on November 17th through the 21st, 2014. Whereas the municipality is honored to host the 2014 Alaska Municipal League Conference and newly elected officials training scheduled for November 17th through the 21st at the Captain Cook Hotel, and extends a warm welcome to members and affiliates from across Alaska. And whereas the AML was originally organized in 1950 and is a voluntary, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization of 140 cities, boroughs, and unified municipalities. And whereas AML has affiliate associations, including the Alaska Conference of Mayors, the Alaska Association of Municipal Clerks, the Alaska Government Finance Officers Association, the Alaska Municipal Attorneys Associations, among others, also holding their annual conference in Anchorage this week. And whereas the mission of the Alaska Municipal League is, in part, to represent the unified voice of Alaska's local governments, to build consensus and partnerships, and to provide training and service to strengthen Alaska's local governments. And whereas the 64th AML conference theme is Together We Are Extra Tough, the conference sessions will address local governments coming up with solutions to maintain effective and official local governments while providing basic services throughout the state of Alaska. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby welcomes AML members and affiliates who have traveled from all over Alaska to participate in the 64th Annual Alaska Municipal League Government Conferences, passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 18th day of November 2014.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, and thank you, all of you from the Anchorage Assembly. I realize we've probably put a bit of a strain on you because now we have all of our meetings here in Anchorage. And as I was telling Ms. Jones, I know it probably puts you in a difficult spot thinking you need to entertain all of us. That's very funny. Your mayor's at my conference and I'm here at his meeting. Something's wrong here, but it's a good trade. Yeah, it is. Okay, I didn't say that. Hope there's no reporters here.
About a dozen.
Anyway, we're really happy to be here. We hope we bring a lot of business to your town. From what I can see walking up and down the streets, we do. And we would encourage you to try to come to some of our workshops. We have some really good ones. We are, addressing all the things that matter to all municipalities, whether it's from the marijuana initiative that just passed and how do we deal with that, to property taxes and all the mandates that are given to us by the state government, and any issues that municipalities have trouble with. And quickly, I'll introduce my current president, because my former president was Ms. Johnston. Ernie Hall is on my board as well, and Dick Trainee has been on the board for many years. And this is my current president, Karen Crane, assembly member from the City and Borough of Juneau.
Welcome, Ms. Crane.
I just want to echo the thanks for Anchorage for hosting us. We're pleased to be here. We're pleased that we're coming every year. And thank you for the help that we have gotten from the City of Anchorage for the conference.
And I've got a couple of questions and or comments for you. Mr. Trainee.
Kathy, thanks for being here. It's always nice to see the Mayor Pelican here.
Yeah, well, that's in my youth.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. We do appreciate it. And I like I said, I know it puts a hardship on all of you because we come and, excuse me, there's usually a reception. But just on the other side, as I was telling Ms. Jones, Fairbanks and Juneau were not happy with us when we said we couldn't go there anymore. But the good part is we've grown so large that Anchorage is the only place that will hold us unless we think about Hawaii. There's political suicide for you, huh?
And Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I was the only person on the board that voted against having it in Anchorage every year. I was thinking we should share the wealth, but anyways. Even Fairbanks voted against themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, and just to echo Kathy's welcome and asking anybody to participate, there's also reception tomorrow night that Anchorage is hosting, and the Assembly is all invited to attend.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you.
Well,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Wasserman, Ms. Crane, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Crane?
Ms. Gray Jackson, you wish to add to something?
Thank you. Thank you. I have a comment, if I may.
Please.
First, I want to thank Ms. Wasserman for all she does on behalf of the state of Alaska for AML. But I'd also like for her, since I'm here in Austin at the National League of Cities Conference, I'd also like for her to just mention to my colleagues and the public the relationship of AML to NLC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. And that brings us to item 9, Alpha.
She didn't want to.
Oh,
No, I thought, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear well. I thought she wanted me to address NLC, but
She did.
Did you?
She did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, AML is a member of the National League of Cities and the National Association of Counties. National League of Cities usually holds their annual meeting the same week as we do, so that's why we can't attend. Last year, Jennifer and I were able to attend because it was the week before. But National League of Cities is very important, as well as NACO, to what we do because they keep us in tune with the federal issues that impact municipalities. And as the years have gone by, there are more and more federal issues that we're dealing with than ever before, whether it's EPA issues, taxing issues. So we have to keep a good handle on that, and with a small staff, that's the only way I can do it is through National League of Cities and NACO. So I especially thank Elvie Gray Jackson for attending those.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. That brings us to item 9, Alpha 2.
Move to approve.
Move to approve AR 2014-307.
Second.
Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. Who's reading and who's presenting and who's here to receive from
I'm
the
reading.
for Alaska Native Heritage Month? Do we have someone here? Oh, very good. Come on down. Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the month of November 2014 as Alaska Native and Native American Heritage Month and November 28, 2014 as Alaska Native and Native American Heritage Day. Whereas in proclaiming November 2014 as National Native American Heritage Month and Friday, November 28, 2012 as Native American Heritage Day, President Obama called upon all Americans to reflect on the profound ways the first Americans have shaped our country's character and culture. American Indians and Alaska Natives helped build the very fabric of America. Whereas the Alaska Governor Sean Parnell proclaimed November 2014 as Alaska Native Heritage Month to celebrate the rich Alaska Native cultures, to learn about our state's unique heritage and history, and to spend time with an elder. Whereas innovative in its corporate approach, in lieu of the reservation model, the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act created history in 1971 as the largest land claims settlement act in U.S. history. Whereas the Alaska Federation of Natives has elevated the issues, concerns, and interests of Alaska Native people since its founding in 1966, and with 4,000 to 5,000 attendees, the AFN Convention is the largest representative annual gathering in the United States of any Native peoples. Whereas, on October 23rd through 25th, 2014, Anchorage again had the opportunity to serve as a host city for the AFN Annual Convention, offering our community exceptional opportunity to highlight and appreciate additional discussion on current events and issues. And whereas in 2014 U.S. Census population projections, 25% of Alaska's population identify themselves as American Indian and Alaska Native. And whereas Anchorage is exceptionally enriched by the cultural legacy and accomplishments of Alaska Natives as survivors, teachers, artists, authors, scientists, soldiers, tribal, corporate, and political leaders, outstanding members in all vocations. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates November 28, 2014 as Alaska Native Heritage Day, a day to remember and rejoice in the richness of Alaska Native heritage and culture we are privileged to enjoy in this community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 18th day of November 2014.
Thank you. Master Chair. Master Chair, Najita Honjo, Shonjo, Cheyenne Beatty, Sean Hanguchin, Athabaskan, Eagle Huchin, Master Chair Shucha. I said that thank you very much, my friends, and a greeting from us. And my name is Cheyenne Beatty. I'm Hanguchin Athabaskan from the village of Eagle, Alaska. And I wanted to say thank you to everybody for this honor. On behalf of my board members, as well as the president of the Alaska Native Heritage Month Board, we're very honored and happy to have this and accept this resolution during the month of November as Alaska Native American Indian Heritage Month, as well as November 28th as Alaskan and Native American Heritage Day. This is something that we're very honored about because we have so many diverse cultures in Alaska. Some of the most diverse cultures and many diverse cultures throughout the United States live right here in the state of Alaska. And we continue to do many things throughout the month of November, but also throughout the entire year. And our mission at Alaska Native Heritage Month is to celebrate Alaska Natives as well as American Indians and to share our contributions and the different traditions. And we hope that you come to some of the events during the month of November, which there are still many more, and we invite you to go to AlaskaNativeHeritageMonth.com to find out about the events that are coming up for the rest of this month. And we are very honored, and again, we like to say Masichoshcha.
Thank you so much. That brings us to item 9, Bravo 5. Mr. Starr?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr?
Really just to put a few accolades of support for the event and also allow Mr. Kastner to come up just to sort of accept the resolution. I wasn't going to get too wordy, but I always like it when our government steps up to a legitimate request. And Mr. Vikalis, thank you for sort of bringing the parties together. It's kind of herding cats for a big event like this, but this one is pretty exciting. I'm happy to have my name on the resolution for support, as well as Mr. Trainee for bringing the resolution support, bringing this gentleman forward. I don't think we know exactly what this is going to be like, but we certainly will come February. So, Mr. Kastner, as director, I guess, or somebody that makes it all happen for the Iron Dog, welcome to our town for your restart.
Thank you. And Mr. Starr and Trainee and Hall, thank you for approaching as we were trying to get all the last little pieces together. I appreciate the effort, and for everyone on the board, we are truly grateful and humbled to be invited into Anchorage. It's truly a momentous and epic change for us. We're very committed to doing an excellent job and drawing in our sponsors who are here tonight to support us, as well as volunteers and, of course, participants. We think this is going to be a very amazing year, and again, I can't stress enough how much we appreciate it.
Can you give us just 2 minutes of what we can expect to sort of happen? And I mean 2 minutes. You've got
2 minutes.
I need dates.
Well,
and
I want to save a little bit of my powder for a media event I've got scheduled for next Monday. But the short story is we will be starting downtown on 4th Avenue in a very similar fashion to what you've seen with For Rendezvous or the Iditarod. And this sort of kicks off that whole February, so it's back to back. We have 3 weeks of very exciting activities in downtown Anchorage. Details about the day's events and other things coming will come next Monday, but we expect it to be very exciting, so stay tuned.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainee also has a question or a comment?
Comment, just thanks for bringing this to our town, sir. We're looking forward to start being here, and then the restart up in the valley at the lake up there. So thanks for coming here.
No, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir, for coming down tonight.
Did we actually vote, Mr. Chairman? I think we did.
We haven't voted, actually, because I wanted to make sure that your comment wasn't an objection of some sort.
Absolutely not. I'm happy to have him here.
Seeing and hearing no objection, we'll consider that matter approved. With that brings us to items 9 Delta 2 through 9 Delta 7. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, at your request, I'm going to move these for public hearing in December. I think the 2nd of December is when you wanted it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman, for all of these.
If you press your button, sir.
Second.
And Mr. Starr.
Well, actually, I have challenges with that from a couple perspectives. It's a little bit unique for a liquor license transfer to have that process. I'm much more comfortable addressing some of the local concerns around a conditional use discussion as opposed to the liquor license transfer, partly because I understand that the purchase agreement will be null and void between now and the 2nd. And so what I see, some of the liquor license transfers, there's a lot of money that changes hands, there's a lot of parties there, and so I certainly have seen the comments. Mr. Chairman, I think you submitted an AIM, which is in our book 6 other times. So I got it. I certainly believe that's the case, but I'm really not supportive of a public hearing from that perspective. I'd be more than comfortable to bring the conditional use parameters back in front of the body as we go, but to jeopardize a pretty large financial opportunity, I'm certain, as well as risk of vacant building, that's really why I want to challenge the summary of that. And it's I just don't like to see the precedents that we're sort of already penalizing the new petitioner who's got good interest and intentions for what perhaps happened in the past. So my take is to not support December 2nd, but if there was some way to get the assurances of the community around a conditional use conversation, public safety committee, or whatever. But it's my understanding that December 2nd date's it'll be moot point by then.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you. By the way, I've handed the gavel to Mr. Trainee.
I grabbed it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I appreciate your concerns. I will tell you, as somebody, I believe I'm the only member of this body who's party to a liquor license, I do not take this step lightly. I will also tell you that this particular location has been one of the problem spots in the downtown Anchorage, and these concerns were brought to me by members of the downtown business community. And so at their request, I am asking the Assembly to postpone our determination on whether to approve this transfer and to allow for public testimony on it at our meeting on December 2nd. And while
I get that. If you don't mind, a little bit of discussion. Why wouldn't you traditionally send it to the Public Safety Committee like we've done other avenues such as this?
We don't have time, sir. We have to make a determination no later than December 2.
Mr. Honeman, on this issue, Mr. Honeman?
Well, I guess I would have to go with, it sounds as if, and I don't know if there's enough information in this particular motion, is there time sensitive where a person who's investing a large sum of dollars might perhaps lose out? I mean, I'm not unsympathetic to the fact that they may have problems at Platinum Jacks or in the past, or perhaps even a potential need to put a conditional use.
There are two items there, Mr. Honeman. I believe the clerk will confirm we need to provide our comments to the ABC board by December 3.
Madam Clerk?
By December 2nd. And in addition, I have been informed indirectly that the sale agreement has an expiration date of November 30, but as somebody who's negotiated deals like this in the past, those deadlines can be extended. But that's between two private parties. We're not part of that discussion.
Mr. Honeman, anything else, sir, on this issue?
Well, I guess in fairness, I'd like to hear if there's a chance that somebody would be able to, if there's anybody here.
I've got Ms. Dombrowski on the list.
Okay.
We've got to go to her, sir, and then we'll come back. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair Trainee. I wanted to hear if there was somebody here, if the petitioner was here, because I want to see, I mean, we're going on hearsay whether this deal is or is not able to extend, and I just want to have that information before me before I vote. So.
Is there anybody here for the petitioner? Sir, come on forward to the microphone.
I'm
Heard our
Robert.
discussion on this.
I'm Robert Alexander. I am the purchaser of the liquor license, and it is fact that the contract that we have in place will end on November 30th. If your next meeting, if you're tabling this until December 2nd, and then ABC Board's meeting is on the 3rd, it may not have, I'm not sure if that's going to work, where it may be that the ABC Board has their meeting once a month, that it may be a January thing, would definitely put this deal under the table. I don't see it going through.
Okay. May I follow up?
Any other questions, Ms.
Thank you. So, sir, in your contract, is there an opportunity to extend, or is there a clause in which you can extend the contract if the governing body delays action on the item tonight?
There is no extension on it. We've actually tried to get this on the Assembly meeting prior to this your meeting here, and it didn't happen. We missed that deadline date, also along with the ABC Board. We missed their meeting date as well. So we got an extension for that. We have our final extension, November 30th, when the contract ends. I'm not sure it's going to go through from thereafter.
Okay, sir. And follow-up question, and you can tell me this is none of my business.
Sure.
But will there be a monetary loss to you if, in fact, this is not approved this evening?
Tremendously. It would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am. Mr. Evans, sir?
Yeah, I was just a little concerned.
Gentlemen?
No, it's actually
you,
for when Ms. Jones indicated that we had to have our comments to the
Sir, if you just take your seat back.
to the other body by December 2nd. Is it possible to do that if we're having a meeting on December 2nd? I just was kind of concerned about the logistics of that.
Through the chair, Mr. Evans, yes, it is. The Assembly may take action at its meeting on a date certain, and if it takes action on that date, we get the materials to the ABC Board. If the Assembly took action on that date, sometimes we get it to the ABC Board that night. Other times and that's considered meeting that deadline.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Assembly members? Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
You have me in a pickle, Mr. Chair, because I typically would like to defer to members from this area, because if this was in my area, I would totally understand. But I hear what Mr. Starr is saying, and the conditional use permit is typically the vehicle by which we deal with community nuisances, noise, and so on. I mean, this is actually a liquor license transfer, and it bothers me that we're kind of going in uncharted territories here, and we could put a petitioner at a disadvantage which no other petitioner has been to before. So I think what we're doing now is we're treating somebody differently than we would treat every other liquor license transfer. And I think that is potentially a problem. So I'm really conflicted in this one. It really bothers me that he stood before us and said that he could be at a significant monetary disadvantage. And I would just urge caution from the body and say, if what's good for one is good for all, and if typically the mechanism we use is a conditional use permit, I think there's a much higher standard if we're going to deviate from that practice. And I have yet to be convinced, so I'm giving you the opportunity to convince me, I suppose.
He's next on the line, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir.
So a couple of things. First off, when this license was transferred, actually it was just management of the license because the owner currently is the same owner that was the owner when LAMEX was there. When the management responsibilities for the license transferred back in I think it was the 2000s, there was a significant amount of community discussion around this prior to that transfer with the community council, with the neighbors, and so on and so forth. That has not happened in this instance. Secondly, the representations made during that community discussion were not upheld, which is why we ended up with a significant problem at this location. And again, I don't go into this lightly. Ms. Domboski, I don't believe you were on the body when I had to move heaven and earth to get a bad operator away from a location at 4th and East Street. But I can assure you it came at considerable personal cost, psychically, physically, and mentally. And I don't want to put this body through that again. I want to make sure we get this right. And so when the downtown business community comes to me and say they have a problem and they want a chance to air their concerns and have this body take those concerns seriously, I feel an obligation to try and make that happen. And I think, Madam Clerk, did you get an email from one of the downtown partnership members that you could share?
Mr. Chair, I have an email that is from the clerk's office has asked me to explain this. As some of you know, the clerk's staff is at the AML tonight. And here is an explanation. Essentially what is happening is Platinum Jacks owes Trina Johnson, owner of the building, which used to be LAMEX, a lot of money in back rent on the space, and so they are using the sale of their liquor licenses, that would be Platinum Jacks, to take care of their debt to her. Mr. Robert Alexander has purchased the licenses and will be making payments to Trina on them, and to secure her interest, they are doing a security interest agreement. State law requires that a security interest agreements can only be made on liquor license between the transferee and transferor of the liquor license, which is why Trina, LAMEX, has to be in the middle and making for the 2 separate transfers on the 3 licenses. It's technically 1 license and 2 duplicate licenses. There was a memo attached from Sarah Oates of the ABC board explaining the transfers in more detail. So I just wanted to provide that explanation about the security interest and in the agreement, since there was a question about the contracts.
Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
I just want to make it clear, I certainly understand Ms. Johnson's desire to get paid, and I don't want to prevent that from happening. However, the reason her former tenants are in arrears was because they were a bad operator, and that has nothing to do with our decision here. So I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Starr, sir, on this issue.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One perhaps to the petitioner applicant, and then the second one, Ms.
Come back to the
Tucker.
microphone, sir. Come on back if you would.
Ms. Tucker. That's all right. Can you live with just, the applicant here I forget your name already.
Robert Alexander.
Yes, Mr. Alexander, I saw your name in here. Can you live with just one permit? I know you're trying to sort of transfer to others. The LED lounge and grill is what your establishment is actually going to be called. Are you also part of the Tri-City Grill or whatever it's called?
It's Tri-Grill. I'm actually the owner of both.
Are both of them time sensitive that you get the liquor permits for both? Because I remember there was an up floor and a downstairs of Platinum Jacks that caused for the dual dispensary.
The way it's set is on the east side of the building, if you're familiar with the building, on the east side of the building is where a restaurant's going to go, which is Tri-Grill.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then on the other side, which folks come in the main door is at the LED side. And so, yes, it would, we would need both. We would need at least two to be able to operate where folks can come either or inside the main door to go to the restaurant side. The upstairs part we don't necessarily have to have it's not time sensitive.
Are you entering in a purchase and sale agreement for the facility, or are you going to be a tenant?
We are hoping to purchase the building in time, but right now we're just tenants under contract.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Starr, do you have a question?
I do. Ms. Tucker, that's all I had, thank you. Ms. Tucker, when we protest, is it yes or no to the ABC board that we agree or don't? Or do we send conditions of protest? In your experience, have we ever done that? Like subject to compliance, subject to paying taxes, subject to a community council meeting. Have we ever gotten away with stuff like that with ABC?
Mr. Starr, oftentimes the municipality is doing what could be called a conditional protest, and you'll see that routinely because maybe it hasn't completed the review of the tax office and things like that. So that's one category. Sometimes when you've run up against a deadline and there's some other meetings or something like that that the assembly wants to engage in, then you've entered a protest to allow for the completion of those other review and scrutiny. And then Mr. Wheeler here has been working with liquor licenses and things like that, for longer than I have. So I would ask him if to correct me if I've misstated what his experience has been.
I've still got three people, assembly members that want to talk. So, Mr. Starr, could you get your question over there quickly, and we can move on to others?
Mr. Wheeler, do we answer to the ABC board with a yes or no approval?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, it is as Ms. Tucker indicated. You can conditionally protest a license transfer.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
Actually, I'm going on Mr. Trainee because you have the greatest institutional knowledge. But
I'll get out my cane in a second.
Methuselah. Anyways, in the back of my mind, I have remembered doing this once before, and it might have been a retail operation. Have we done this before?
We've done this before. We did it with an area. It was Fly By Night Club in my area. It was anyway, I won't get into Fly By Night, but it was interesting.
But so this isn't, we're not setting a precedent with this?
No, and routinely we have licenses come through here, and we protest on condition that they pay their taxes or that they do something else that we want done. Clerk's office then notifies them when that condition's been met, and it goes through to the ABC board. We've done that before, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Dombrowski, ma'am.
That may have just answered my question, but I just want to confirm with Mr. Wheeler. I just wanted to ensure that we're not setting a precedent, and if in fact we are, if we're setting ourselves up for treating this operator differently than we traditionally would use a transfer. Any comments, Mr. Wheeler?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombrowski, as Mr. Flynn indicated, there's been some significant history with this particular location. That history, I think, is such that it would be reasonable and certainly not arbitrary if the Assembly wanted to hear from constituents that live in that area as to what may be coming next. So these are always case by case, to the extent that it's precedent setting would only be with respect to whether or not you've had incidents or locations similar to this one that have had problems, and you want to hear about what's coming next and whether it fits within that community.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Mr. Flynn, sir. Sorry.
Just on that.
Mr. Honeman, then you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Honeman?
Where I was going was, I would be, I mean, we're looking at this, I believe, akin to what an agenda item that we've now going to be facing again here shortly with is, there's people who are not happy with little red dots on a map that want to have their voice heard, and there are people that want to have access to want to have their voice heard. So I want people to have their voices heard, and I'm certainly not opposed to that. My concern is for a person who's made a substantial investment, and they're hanging out there without. And Mr. Flynn, I appreciate the fact that these are all civil transactions and agreements between business owners, but it's not a substantial amount of money that someone is investing in. And so, one way or the other, we've got to, we're putting somebody in a position to walk away from the deal. And I'm sure that there might be some inclination from the permit owner, and I think I'd be a little bit more inclined to say, yeah, let's go for the postponement. I think it's reasonable, but I'd like to hear if there's some way if we postpone this to later in the evening, if there's some way to find out from the business owner if they would be willing to work with us here. I mean, work with Mr. Alexander, and that way it would take us out from under the barrel. Because it looks like we have to do something by the 3rd in order to meet the deadline that the ABC board is December 13th. So is that clear enough? I guess I'd like to see if there's a way that the owner of the permit would not be objection to working with Mr. Alexander if this is in fact if you will, a deal. I don't want to be the person to interrupt a business transaction of a substantial amount.
Gentlemen, I'm going to go to Mr. Flynn now. Mr. Flynn, sir?
Just a reminder.
Final comments?
Yeah, some of you might remember we had an effort by Tesoro to place a license at their retail establishment at the corner of Northern Lights and A Street. We had a public hearing. We heard from the neighbors. They didn't like the idea. And ultimately, the Assembly chose not to approve that transfer. This is what we do. We take neighborhood input. We make the best decision with the information we have.
Nobody else? You can run it now.
Please proceed to vote. This motion is to postpone this item for a public hearing on items 9 Delta 2 through 9 Delta 7 on December 2nd.
Mr. Chairman, if we can postpone this action to later in the day and see if we can reach, if maybe Mr. Alexander can help us reach maybe at the break we can find out some information. I'd like to make that motion, please. Reorder the agenda for the order of the day.
Do you want to take that up right before Uber?
That'd be fine.
I'll second.
I'm trying to get Okay, Mr. Honeman, Ms. Domboski, the motion is to postpone consideration of postponement of this item until shortly before item 14N. With that, please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
So by a vote of 9 yeas and 2 nays, that motion carries. That brings us to the clerk has asked me to state on the record that was for items 9 Delta 2 through 9 Delta 7. So hold on to that piece of your agenda, folks. That brings us to item 11A, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, let me just reiterate to the body that...
Could you make a motion, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. Move to approve the motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Gray Jackson seconded. The motion is to reconsider the postponement to March 24. Thank you. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly do not take motions to reconsider lightly. It is an annoyance to the body, and I do apologize for that frustration when we've already dealt with this issue. I think in this case there is good cause to do that. I want to make two things real clear from the outset. In doing this, I have two goals, and two goals only, and I want to be very clear about them. The first, which I think is everybody's goal that I've heard from on this body, is to make sure that the Chugach Access Plan does not adversely impact private property owners. I think that's critical, and I'm in entire support of that, as obviously Mr. Starr and Ms. Domboski have been all along. I've heard from residents in Thunderbird Falls, Stuckagon Heights, Ram Valley, and all those places. They all make compelling cases, and I'm on their side on making sure that they are not adversely impacted by this. The second goal I have, however, is to ensure that the municipality takes responsibility for developing this sort of one-of-a-kind, world-class asset that we have on our doorstep. And from that, I am not an advocate for necessarily, hiking associations and trails. I go into the park occasionally, but, I don't have an I Heart Chugach bumper sticker on my car. When I look at the Chugach State Park, I see a tremendous opportunity for economic development. In the age we live in, capital flows more readily than any time before, and one of the reasons capital flows to certain cities is because of lifestyle. We live in a very cold place, somewhat dark place, far away from everybody else. We have a lot of disadvantages in attracting business to our city, but we do have the Chugach State Park, which is something that other cities can only dream of having. And I think it is really important for the leadership of this community to take advantage of that to the maximum extent possible. And that includes a program of developing access, a sensible program that develops access over time. And I think we have to have both those components. The reason I asked for reconsideration is last meeting when Mr. Starr made his case. My understanding was that we were delaying action till March 24th to allow for amendments to Title 21 that would protect the private property owners. Because I agree with Mr. Starr, there are aspects in Title 21 and the platting process that, if left unchecked, could result in adverse actions being taken against property owners because of the red dots. And I am, with him 100% in making sure that doesn't happen. And that's why I voted for it on our last meeting. Subsequently to that, the next day I saw the article in the paper by Ms. Kelly in which it referenced Mr. Starr's motion, and it referenced the letter to the mayor that Mr. Starr had sent. Now, that letter was shared with us that afternoon by the clerk via email. I had not seen it prior to our meeting. That letter sets forth a number of additional steps that Mr. Starr proposed, such as prioritizing the access points, coordinating the access plan with other plans, such as the trails plans, and generally a much broader look at providing access. And while I agree with Mr. Starr 100% that that is exactly what is needed, I'm also convinced that that step, that sort of second phase of this plan, cannot be accomplished by March 24th. That requires as much analysis as this plan has required to date. By that I mean we need to establish a process that allows for public input, because not only are the property owners who abut the park at risk, but also the people who live near those access points, the people who are concerned about traffic problems, parking problems, vandalism. They all have valid points, and we have to have a system in place that addresses those concerns. So because of that, I think if we go forward as we did last week and try to cram all of that in, it's not going to happen by March 24th, and the ultimate result of that is the plan will be killed. It'll just die because we've been kicking it around since September when it first came to us. Even if that's no one's intention, I think that is the most likely outcome. I think there is a better approach possible that protects both of those interests, and that is to amend Title 21 between now and March to protect those private property owners who abut the park, to make sure they're not impacted by the red dots. Use that same amount of time to develop a process for going forward to transform this kind of larval plan into an actual usable plan that does what Mr. Starr advocates, coordinates with the trails plan, coordinates with all the other affected plans, builds in a public process for prioritizing and perhaps eliminating some of these red dots. We can accomplish that by March 24th. Therefore, I think we should approve the plan with a delayed effective date of March 24th, do those items, we save the plan, we keep the momentum going for this city to take its responsibility for effectively developing access, and we also protect the property owners in the meantime. So with that long-winded explanation, I leave it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr.
Well, I appreciate the reference entirely, but 9 other Assembly members supported the reconsideration motion last time. And there are several aspects about that. First, I'd like to talk about the consideration and the reconsideration. None of it's taken lightly. We generally approach our packets. I got over 150 emails before this meeting today. I read all of them. So we have that basis of due diligence that's necessary for us to be prepared, if you will. And I'm not indicating that it's an easy task, but you sort of have to do the best you can. I write letters rarely. I wrote one to the mayor outlining that. It perhaps should have been sent out. I sent it out twice. So the idea that there's something new and novel here that basis is for reconsideration. When I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission, you had to produce a defensible argument that you did learn something new and substantial. And right now, basically all I believe you're trying to do, which you got good latitude just now to do it, which was open the debate again. And I think that I start to bristle when I've made the pledge to work the plan, work it hard. There's a Title 21 change already in the system that I just implemented for introduction today. We can make it, but it's more than just a small task of go ahead and approve the plan. I've learned in my 8 years on here, you don't hurry the process. You can never come back and get it exactly right. The emotions are different, and the process is different. So my pledge is still the same, to invest the time, the energy, and it's not going to be the Bill Starr plan. You've not heard me motion to kill it. I've made the pledge now twice. I have no interest to kill the plan. I need a workable plan, but we don't have it. And the 30-some thousand residents that are bordering the park in my districts need some sort of support and compromise that's going to occur between now and March 24th. So the question in front of us is, do we even bring that question back? And I'm going to say we vote no to reconsidering the question.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainee?
Just that I'm going to support Mr. Starr on this. I lived out in that area, and I would have been a red dot if I still lived out there. I understand how they feel. I was there. We'd have people drive in our yard, park the car, and walk off into the woods to commune with nature, regardless of if it was happened to be the road to my house. So I understand what Mr. Starr is doing, and Mr. Dombrowski, and I intend to support him. I'm not going to reconsider this. I see no reason to do it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the comments from Mr. Evans, because it's reassuring to me to know that other members recognize how much of an impact this could potentially have on the hundreds of people that live in Chugach Eagle River that potentially could be near these red dots. So I really appreciate that. And I would say, Mr. Evans, you had me 98%, but the other 2% makes me rely on government. And how do I know the Title 21 changes will actually pass? I don't. And because of that 2%, it's too important of an issue for my community to just pass it and go on faith that they'll pass. So what I would rather see, and I've never come out to this body and say I want to kill the plan, but what I have said is we have to make sure it's right. And so I would be far more willing to, or be ready to vote on the plan if Title 21 was changed first. And I think with Mr. Starr, Mr. Trainee, and others that have been very engaged on this topic, I think there is a commitment from members of this body to be collaborative in this process and try to address the issues. So I just respectfully will not be supporting the reconsideration tonight, but I just want to really thank you for taking the time to listen to all the constituents that really have a lot of angst about this. I know they appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I do support the reconsideration. One thing that I want to remind my colleagues is that currently this is a state plan, and the state plan has gone through a huge public process, and I have it here for everybody that I'll hand out if we get to the discussion. By reconsidering and adopting the plan, it becomes the municipal plan. And that's when we can make some changes. We can adapt it to Title 21, and it is our plan, just like all of our other plans. Later on this evening, we will be making changes, or we've been asked to make changes to the Hillside District Plan. This is a plan that's similar to the Chugach Access Plan. It's one of our plans. And I think Mr. Evans and I hope that we all support the changes to the Hillside District Plan. And this is how it works. This is part of the platting and planning process. You have your overall plans, and then you have Title 21 and how Title 21 interreacts with the overall plan. So by addressing it this evening, it becomes part of the municipal plan. And I think the comfort zone for that is worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Ms. Evans. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, Mr. Trainee made a good point. He lived near the park, abutted the park in Eagle River years ago, and suffered from the trespassers and the people abusing his property. That was long before there was a Chugach Access Plan. So those issues exist whether or not we pass this plan. Those issues are not caused by the plan itself. In fact, I think putting together a plan and actually taking control and leadership by this body and by the municipality starts to alleviate those violations. So I certainly support his position, but I think the right way to address those is by actually passing a plan and starting to address this in an organized manner.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Honeman.
Well, I know it's just for the vote of reconsideration, and I was just going to hold off and just do the vote, and I wasn't real clear on everything. But I just wanted to make sure that, I've also been contacted by my constituents, which we have, when you look at the whole grand scheme of things, we have quite a few access points per linear mile, although we admittedly have probably the least linear miles of that access, border the access to the Chugach State Park. And I, too, enjoy the gem and the precious resources that we have at our fingertips, so to speak. The issue for me is, and I agree with you, Mr. Evans and Mr. Starr as well, I'm not interested in killing the plan, and I believe that we need to have a plan. And I think it needs to be more than just some words on some paper and dots on the map. And I can tell you that since this plan came, if you will, and we know that this has been a plan in the making for a number of years, but a lot of people in the public, and particularly those that may be affected and neighboring to the park, are maybe for the first time being illuminated to the fact that this plan and this park access is very important and very necessary. And just to know that you can't be an in-holder, you can't landlock the park, and that we will, it's not a taking per se, but you cannot, when you go to subdivide, you cannot lock, even if it was another piece of private property behind yours, you cannot lock it up and you can't not allow access. The issue becomes one of the angst and anxiety that we have by saying, let's just put the plan in front of us and approve it, and then we'll worry about the details later. And to some, this is the only piece of property that they have, perhaps their investment they made, or whatever. It could be a corporation that owns the land. The bottom line is, it's important to them, and I think it's important that we get it right. So I think we take the time till March. I'm not interested, and I pledge to this body and to my constituents in killing the plan altogether. And I believe we need a plan, but let's do it right.
And Mr. Trainee.
One quick thing. I'm not out to kill this plan. We just need the time to get this correct. And Mr. Starr, you talked to the head of DNR, didn't you? Because Ms. Johnson said this is the state plan. What did the Commissioner of DNR tell you on his knowledge on this plan? Was he well versed on it or what?
Well, yes, and I'm not trying to debate the plan. That's not what we're talking about. But I think that we've seen ample interest in re-engaging the conversation at levels to address things that have now become issues. And so I don't want to speak for the Commissioner of DNR. He was out of state the last time we had the item in front of us, but he's asked for it. I know he's approached the mayor on a meeting to get together and sort of get all the folks back to the table and assign duties and tasks. I think that's the kind of work that will be done. I'm happy to have it. So I can't speak for the DNR commissioner, but I certainly know from what the commissioner said, along with the comments from Mr. Vacalis on what the mayor would like to see happen, from the parks director, John Rada, to some of the other folks that have an interest in the plan. It's give us some time and we'll give you the solutions. That's what I intend to bring back to the body in March.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. I see no one else in queue. The vote is to reconsider our decision to postpone item 11A.
Urge a no vote.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
And so by a vote of 5 yeas and 6 nays, that motion fails. We're going to take a break here in a minute, but just for the information of the audience, my intent is to ask for a motion when we come back. In fact, we'll do that now. May I have a motion, please, to change the order of the day to take up item 13A in combination with item 14N?
14N.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection?
Can you just describe so the public knows what we just did?
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take up both Uber ordinances. One is the negotiation over memorandum of understanding. The other is setting up a new paradigm for transportation network companies, I believe is the terminology. And we'll do both of those at the end of our business agenda. So we'll have a few public hearings before we get to that. So best guess is we get to that around 7:30 or 8. With that, we'll take a break and be back in about 20 minutes. like to ask Assembly members to take their seats and call the meeting back to order. Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose reordering the agenda, to reorder the agenda to bring back items 9D2 through 7. Since the break, we've had the opportunity to have them meet, and I believe we can take action that you'd like.
Thank you, sir. The motion, you press the button, sir?
Yep.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. The motion is to reorder the agenda to take up items 9 Delta 2 through 9 Delta 7 at this time. Mr. Honeman?
Yes, Mr. Alexander and perhaps one of the principals of the sellers was able to make contact reference to their transaction. So I'd like Mr. Alexander, if you could just explain. Are you now able to? Are you in a provision where it's not going to seriously negatively impact your transaction?
We just discussed that with one of the sellies, and yes, he's going to allow us to go to the 2nd of December. I do appreciate the motion and as thus far.
Okay. And
we're able to wait at this moment.
We meet the night of the 2nd, so it would most likely need to be at least the 3rd, just to be fair for you, so you would know the night of the 2nd. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Correct. We meet the evening of the 2nd.
You know, we got an extension till the 2nd, and just hoping that it doesn't affect the ABC board meeting on the 3rd. I think their meeting is the 3rd. And so if the meeting, if it affects it, or if they don't allow it on their agenda, could definitely push this off a month, because I think they only meet once a month.
Right. We meet on the 2nd, so we'll know the evening of the 2nd. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Starr, do you have a question for Mr. Alexander?
No, I just learned also, and I think it'd be helpful for you as the district member, he's talked to Downtown Partnership fairly at length, so if they have comments or concerns, either have them put it in a written form so we know that, or if they're comfortable with that, we'd like to also know. So if they don't choose to do that, we don't want to have hearsay with the Downtown Partnership group.
And they asked me to postpone this item so that they could get their comments together.
Fair enough. And I just put it out. I learned that at the break that he's actually communicated with them. The petitioner's done his diligence, so I don't think he's absent to what needs to be done here. So I concur with that. And I think the question was, can we encourage the ABC to keep it on their agenda without sending too much of an uncertain message? I don't know how we do that pragmatically, but we'll certainly give them that if the clerk can indicate to them that we should be able to wrap it up on the 2nd.
Okay.
Thanks for coming down.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. With that, the standing motion was to postpone these items to December 2nd for a public hearing, items 9 Delta 2 through 9 Delta 7.
Do you need me to make that motion?
We had a note. Okay. So please proceed to vote on postponing these items to the meeting of December 2nd, and we'll have a public hearing at that time as soon as I get the screen up. No, we're just... Please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, if you're back online.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. And so by a vote of, who are we missing? Yeah, okay. So when you please record Ms. Gray Jackson as a yes vote. And we have 10 yeas and 0 nays, so that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Honeman.
If I might point of personal privilege, we have several students from high schools, area high schools in attendance. It'd be my honor if you'd request that they could present themselves and tell us where they're at.
Well, of course, Mr. Honeman. As you know, public humiliation is one of our core competencies. So all high school students, please come down and introduce yourselves and tell us what school you're from.
Let us know your name and where you're coming from, what school you come in. Represent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
By all means, sir.
Hi, my name is Brooke Holyfield. I'm from Service High School. Randy Muir from Service High School. My name is Anna Roller. I'm from Service.
Eric Walker, Service High School.
Haley Neptune, Service High School.
Ruth McHugh from Service High School as well.
Evan Blodgett, Shugiak High School.
Mathilde Lalotte, Service High School.
Yes, I'm Harris Sulaiman, exchange student from the Philippines and also Service High School.
Emma Demander, Service Eagle River High School.
I'm Yi Chao from Hong Kong, exchange student from Service High School.
Very good.
I'm May from Service High School.
Well, welcome all. Thank you for coming down. All right. That brings us to item 13A. Oh, sorry, we already moved over to the day on 13A. We're on 13B. I apologize.
Routine public hearing.
This is the continued public hearing on AO 2014-137, an ordinance of Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapters 954 and 1054 to update and clarify regulations and licensing of tow operators, amending other provisions in Titles 9 and 10 for implementation and enforcement purposes, and amending civil fine schedule in Anchorage Municipal Code 14-60-030. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 658-2014, and there is an S version available. With that, if anyone wishes to speak to us further on the towing ordinance, now is your time. Mr. Riggs? Welcome back.
Hi. It looks like you guys covered most of the items that we were concerned about. Couple of questions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Riggs. Could you kindly introduce yourself?
I'm sorry. Max Riggs.
Thank you. Your question, sir.
Page 7, you've got light duty, medium duty, heavy duty. You guys had the light duty up to 19,500 pounds. We typically look at light duty cut off at around 10,000. I was wondering where they came up with that number.
Which line are you on, sir?
It'd be page 7, A, paragraph 1, ABC.
It's on the late on the table.
Yep.
Late on the table. It's this one here.
Okay, got it. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Riggs?
Couple of questions just for clarification. Posting the truck, we were talking about posting a truck on certain properties. Am I reading it correct that you can put on the signage, your impound sign itself, that this lot is monitored and still keep a truck there to watch that lot, or?
The answer is yes.
That is just, so it just needs to stay on the signage?
You just say on the sign, this area is patrolled.
Okay.
This area is towed. Because we listened to what you told us.
Mm-hmm.
It made sense.
Gotcha, okay. So as long as the sign will be covered on that, okay.
Covered on that.
All right. And then calling in for your APD number prior to. Now, in several places, it still says you have an hour after you're reading to the yard.
You do the tow.
Says,
You have an hour after you do the tow.
okay, so it's not before you leave the scene?
Before you leave the scene.
Okay, those are my questions. Other than that, pretty happy with everything. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and talking to us.
All right.
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to make sure that we put the 10,000 in both lines, 39 and 40.
Okay, we'll get to that once we get to debate. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you. My name is Theodore Bluford, General Manager of AK Towing. I do like to say what he was talking about as far as the calling APD prior. It is still in there that you have to call APD prior. It just says we didn't have to wait for the incident number.
I believe it says you have to request it.
Yes.
Yes.
Before touching the vehicle. I do want to add on there, sometimes if the VIN is covered and we can't get a VIN, APD will not give us an incident number. Are we still able to impound vehicles parked illegally under that condition?
Okay.
Okay. I have a few others here real quick. Curbside releases.
He says allowing people into the vehicle to get their stuff out of the vehicle if they choose not to do an on-site or curbside release. A couple safety issues with that. If a vehicle's on one of our rollbacks or flatbed, we can't allow somebody up onto that truck. It's a safety issue that would require us to unload the vehicle in order to get them into the vehicle, which gives opportunity for attempted escape. That's something that might have to be reconsidered on there. It's a middle ground somewhere. Another thing I'd like to speak about is there's nothing in here mentioning holiday rates concerning non-consensual tows. I think especially when it comes to doing after-hours releases and things like that, that should have some consideration to it. I have a problem with the 4-hour window from somebody coming into my yard to get their vehicle or possessions, get their possessions with the after-hours release fee, and then let's say they come in 9, 10 o'clock at night, they get their vehicle, their stuff, and then they want at 1 o'clock they call us, want their vehicle. If I have to call somebody out there, that's more hours and time that we got to invest, and we should be able to be compensated with that after-hours release fee. I did some number crunching with all the rates and associated fees that go with impounding throughout the city that are posted in the municipality of Anchorage, and I'm talking about impounding, not towing. The average rate that I came up with all assorted, associated fees, mileage, I average 5 miles, gate fees. I understand you guys are striking all that, but nevertheless, all those associated rates with impounding, the average rate in town was $333. I think $235 should be raised a little bit. I know you're not going to take it up that. I'm not asking for that. I feel $275, $300 is more fair for companies that, especially companies that is their focus, is impounding. By bringing it down that low, you're going to force impound companies to focus more on other services and not supply the services that property owners and managers rely on. And I had concerns on the wordings for section 95470, paragraph C, section 3. Tow operators shall not require payment of fees before allowing a vehicle owner to operate or recover any animal left in the vehicle or retrieve contents. I don't see any tow company having a problem giving an animal back for free, not even charging. However, to let somebody in the yard and get their stuff out of their vehicle before paying that fee, who's to say they can just go run out of our yard without paying it? I think that should be rewritten. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's it.
Good evening. My name is William Rodenbaugh. I'm the on-site manager for Riviera Terrace Mobile Home Park, and I wanted to talk real quick about 050. In there's no mention of the safety problems that you're willing to write off. The tenants are not being protected. When vehicles block a street because they're curbside parking or off the side of the road parking, and we can't keep the street wide enough for fire trucks, that's a major safety problem. Before we put the parking regulations on that we have, we lost 2 trailers clean to the frame because of difficulties of the fire truck getting there on time. We had a gentleman with a heart attack that almost lost it because we couldn't get the ambulance through. So we put these in effect, and the only way we can enforce it is with a patrol from our tow trucks. Then you also mentioned that they can't tow a vehicle that's a junk vehicle on somebody's yard. Our lots are 50 by 82. When they pull a junk vehicle in there, most trailers have a front door and then a back door, which is on the side of the trailer. It's egress, regress. And those vehicles, 9 times out of 10, will block that. Which is it, regress, egress? And if I'm stumbling, I apologize. I'm actually heavy mourning for my wife, recently deceased, and I lose track. I think some kind of wording needs to go in there that if the vehicle is a hazard because it's abandoned or it's a junk vehicle, we have children in that park, and there is no rules that they're going to obey without somebody standing there doing it. The only real solution is to remove the problem, which is the junk vehicle. So I don't know. My whole problem is with the safety issue, the public safety. My tenants deserve to have that. We don't have a lot of problems with tows. You can check with our tow company. We'd run them broke if we let them go, but we do need the ability to control those problems. The minute a child gets into a junk vehicle, gets locked in there and dies, who's that on? The expense that will be incurred for the park to evict all these people, put them out of their homes, make them move their homes out of the park because they can't follow a rule is absurd.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
My name's Ed Larrabee, and I'll tell you some real story that happened to me. Talk about safety. I don't know if any of your provisions cover this. I was parked at the airport, and I was in the car. The car was running. I was dropping my sister off to the airport. And Lord and behold, here comes a tow truck, pulls right in front of me, backs up, starts to try to put the hook on my truck. The other guy gets out, and he says, hey, we're going to tow this car. And I said, well, wait a minute, it's running, I'm in it. I don't like this. And so I backed my car out and put it to the side where he couldn't tow it. And my sister says, well, is there anything we could do to get out of this situation? And he says, yeah, pay me $40 in cash, and we'll let you go. Now, he wasn't a cop. He was a tow truck employee with another tow truck driver. And so, is there any provision that protects the people inside the car when you're about to put it on the hook and tow me and the car away? And that's what will probably happen. Now remember, the car was running. I was in it. I didn't jump out of the car. I was right there. That's how come I could pull it out, put it on the side before the guy could put the hook on my bumper. These things happen. I would suggest that the tow companies have to have it all on camera, so that you can really fight it if you had to. Because, who's going to believe me against somebody like that? Because that's their job. Well, anyway, there's my story. I'm going to stick to it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You all have a great night. I'll be back.
I believe you. Anybody else who wishes to speak to us on the towing ordinance? Mr. Webb, welcome back. And if you're interested, please come on down. We have seats up front. You don't have to be shy.
My name's Will Webb, part owner of Webb's Towing. I guess we're trying to clarify between Max and myself on this incident number. Mr. Trainee just told Max that he had an hour to get the number, but the other gentleman, he said we had to do it before we tow the car, so I was just kind of curious on the clarification of this incident number. I knew I'd stump you.
The way it reads, Mr. Webb, is it's on page 14, line 8, and the way it reads is they must inform the police department of the intent to initiate a non-consensual tow, remove the vehicle under the section, and request an incident number from APD.
So that means we have to request it, though, before the tow is ever made?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
That's how it reads.
okay, that's the only thing I have.
I think Mr. Starr has a question for you before you go, but if you have anything else, please finish up.
No, I'm good.
All right, Mr. Starr?
Well, I can't remember if you got into the towing business where you take them back to the yard. Does your operation run that way where you store them?
I'm sorry, I didn't go.
Do you store vehicles that you tow?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we've lowered the fee for the daily rate to $30. What are some of your charges associated with storage beyond that? Does it?
Like I say, my business is way different than most of these guys that do a lot of impounding. I don't do a lot of impounding. I went a different direction. So everything that I store is, I mean, that's way more than I charge for a car.
Right.
I pretty much do everything since I'm on the rotation, the police rotation. I use a lot of their numbers, and that's what I use. I figure that's a fair number, so I use that number.
There's another mechanism in here where we're trying to give people access to their cars after hours. And I know you said, and every operator here is, normal course of business, you close at 5 o'clock. If somebody shows up and wants to get their car out of there at 6 o'clock at night, it doesn't say that you're mandated to come down there. I'm going to clarify that at our break. But, we basically say the person asking pays you $50 to get your car out.
Well, if it was
after hours.
If it was 6 o'clock, I probably wouldn't, because I'm a small business owner. I'm there way past 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, whatever, anyway, so I would, they're in a bad situation anyway, so depending how I was treated, I would probably just release their car for whatever the fee was. Okay. But sooner or later, the fee does have to be charged. I mean, you can't have guys, okay, you're there till 6, well, now he'll be there till 7, so, but I think after hours charge, it's always been in the industry, that's the way it's been forever. And I'm not saying change isn't good, change does happen, but there's always been, you have your car towed or an accident tow or whatever, if someone wants to come get something out of it after hours, it's always been this way ever since I've been doing this for 32 years in Anchorage. There's always been after hours fees, and there's always been certain things,
I get it. I think we're trying to clarify what the obligations are of both parties.
I think you're getting really close.
Okay.
I don't think this is ready for a vote quite yet, but we're close. I mean, so I think you guys have done a really good job, and I appreciate you cleaning up what you have. Thank you.
Before you run off, Mr. Webb, I think Ms. Domboski has another
Sure.
I just wanted to be really clear so you understood. So when it comes to the APD number, you do have to request it, but you don't have to sit there and wait for it. Like the previous version, you had to sit there and wait for the actual...
So you can, but you have to request it before you tow. So you've got to be on the phone with them, request that I'm going to tow this car. So you're sitting there waiting for APD to give them the request.
Oh, well, at least...
And that's going to be by telephone, is that correct?
I would assume.
That's what I would assume also. So
I would assume. Maybe we could really get techie and have it, by text.
Well, I just see a bad situation that these guys that are trying to impound, and one of my guys that did do an impound or whatever, they come out and they're waiting for APD because all their dispatchers or all their people are busy, so they're waiting for something to initiate, whatever it does initiate this situation, and all of a sudden the people come out and there's somebody could get hurt or... Where an impound is supposed to be, an impound is like a repo. You need to get it and get out of there.
I think that's what we were intending to go for, and we'll debate it a little bit here, but my intent is, I know I heard one operator say that they have to give a VIN number, but if there's language in here where we can give a plate number, and maybe you could be around the corner and you could just call it in, hey, I'm going to tow this car, and then you have an hour. Just go pick it up, go to the shop, and you have 1 hour to go back and give them the real deal.
Well, the old days we had 2 hours, but I understand technology's come a long way since then, so...
somebody walks out and their car's gone, it's
But most of us don't even talk to the police department anymore when we do an impound because it's all done by this cop logic thing. I mean, we get the car, we take it back to the yard, we report the VIN number, and it just, the computer, which I know nothing about, spits out a magic number, says we have an incident number.
How fast does that usually take?
It doesn't take my office long to get it. I mean, it's minutes. But I just don't know how a guy's going to do it in that truck at 2 o'clock in the morning. I just don't know how I'm just not sure we know how that's part of it's going to work yet.
Good comment.
That's why I think that we're close, but we just need a little bit more work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Honeman also has a question for you, sir.
Well, I guess that was my thing. I mean, we've done some listening, and we've certainly done some learning, and we definitely have some amendments in here to change those. That's why the S version. So I guess I'm intrigued. I guess I'll get more information from you as to what you mean by close. I see the point on particularly 2 o'clock in the morning. Quite frankly, most of the calls at that time are into the record section is not as busy as 2 in the afternoon. I would be more concerned about the 2 in the afternoon tows than I would 2 in the morning.
Well, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Anybody else? You can come on down front. It's okay. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. My name is Will Merritt. Hey, I was wondering, I couldn't find anything here to apply to a particular thing that has very incensed me over the years with the towing industry, is the common practice of splitting the money between the tow truck driver, the tow truck company, and the property owner. These $350 fees, they're making good money getting people towed off their property. And I'd like to see that particular practice banned. I didn't see anything about that in here.
Thank you, sir. If you look at page 19,
Yes?
line 8, you'll see that kickbacks are prohibited.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't read through this.
That's okay. No
That's
problem.
good.
Thank you for coming down.
Great.
Welcome back, sir. Good to see you again. I'm sure you're having fun.
Anthony Newsom with Riggs Towing. I agree that, any extra amount of time spent on scene is risk. So, even if we were required to, within a mile, pull over and give information, that would help out a lot, But generally, just giving them a plate, I don't know how many stolen vehicles we run into. I know lately there's been a big problem with exchanging plates. Even if we just kept it at an hour, reporting at the yard, or, we're required within a mile, a safe distance, to pull over and give full information, part information, just as long as we're not spending more time than we need to on site.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to us on this one? Greetings.
Hello, my name is Nick Webb, co-owner of Webb's Towing. Like I say, what he was saying, we don't do a whole lot of impounding at night or anything like that. But I think it's getting close. I just wish that this would have been a little more of a transparent deal. All of a sudden we get handed this and you guys are just going to vote on it, want it done by December 1st, when none of us have been really given the opportunity yet. So you guys are changing our insurance and stuff like that, which is going to impact the bottom line of what tows have to cost and everything else. I just kind of feel like you've taken some stuff away from the property owner of making things difficult for them to run their property how they choose to. They pay for it. They pay the taxes on it. And if they want to see an empty parking lot at the end of the day, that's their right. I think what you've done, you've made things harder for us to do business, and I don't think you've taken the consideration of the impact on raising what you may think, from $50,000 to $100,000 on our liability or on the hook is going to do. It's going to raise the prices of all of our tows when you've lowered the prices of impounds, which is a dangerous deal, and you've made impounds take longer time. So now these operators are in the line of fire or whatever. Like you were saying, it's more like a repo, which is kind of a bad word, but it needs to be done quickly, safely. So when we get to the yard, that's when you do all your information. Where you're in your secured lot, it's safe. Unfortunately, this is a necessary evil, and I think that the towing industry gets looked down upon poorly because of a few that have taken advantage of this, when really we're the first line of defense to clear the roads, and we're there more to help than we are to make people angry. And a lot of this has been geared towards the few that I think we've kind of lost sight of the fact that these people are breaking the rules of private property owners. They're taking advantage of that, and you've made it easier for them to do that by passing this. And to me, that's sad that the government would let people who are breaking the rules make it easier for them and hurt the ones that are just trying to do a job and make an honest living. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Ms. Torgerson.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Mary Jo Torgerson, and I was one of those citizens that erroneously, when I first came, parked across the street from Cyrano's, where it had a big sign that said, "Don't park there." Well, the storefront was boarded up, and I, of course, did make an assumption. But I did learn my lesson. I've never since parked illegally and been towed. My point with that is that I and my spouse had cards to extract the $500 for the towing. And not only that, but there were additional fees on top of that. We were able to get a ride with the towing operator. Otherwise, it would have been $75 a day to get my car back. Now, the fees that were being charged are ridiculous for most citizens. It's scalping. I think of a single parent who has kids. They would never be able to get their car out. And then, to get to a job, et cetera. I guess I would ask that there be ceiling on charges that are made to folks like me, citizens, when we do make that mistake. But it's totally out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Anybody else? All right, seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is Oh, sorry. If there's anybody else, please come on down front so I can see you. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Good evening.
You can pull it down. It won't hurt you.
I'm always listening to these recordings and not usually talking on them. Thank you for hearing our opinions about everything. My name is Gayleen Larricu. My name is spelled Gaylene, last name Larrecou. I'm the general manager of Area Wide Towing. First of all, I'd like to ask that we have a little time that you guys not vote on this tonight. I don't think we had much time at all, and I waited and waited for the modification, and I think that I'd like to have a little more time to look at it. I think the tow operators have been pretty cooperative. We were from the very beginning 3 years ago. Then we didn't get a chance to work with anybody since then. Then it came out, and we've had just a few weeks to work on it. I think, as everyone was saying, they're getting closer, and I think that's an important thing. I think we could be of more help if we're allowed a little more time to look at them, because it makes me feel uncomfortable if I'm missing something, or I may be wasting your time and mine if there's more involved. First of all, the towing companies that charge the exorbitantly high fees are, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, don't have plans to be around longer. They knew this was coming. Okay, and I think we'll see them disappear, the ones that we hear all of the complaints about, and the site releases for $400 and $500, or putting up signs on one of my properties and towing a vehicle from my property and then charging someone $450 to take it away. Those people are criminals. My company, to my knowledge, has never performed any tow of that nature whatsoever. I think one of the reasons we need a little more time, the Bill of Rights has not been written to my knowledge. It's still in draft form. I haven't seen it, so you'd be voting on something we don't even know what it is. I think that's really important. I think Bill of Rights is a great thing, but no one hands me a Bill of Rights from my insurance company and explains to me what my rights are with insurance, and that's quite complicated, but no one's required anyone to do anything like that with them, and that's not voluntary. That's non-consensual, not that I wouldn't have it anyway. Okay, so I think that's fair. So we have a little bit more time. I think that one of the things that's not been addressed, because the tow operators, we've probably just perceived it or interpreted it to you to say when people are a problem. No one, it's almost a joke in our industry to say that there's a fee if you say a swear word. I'll bet that's never, ever actually been done. In fact, it's almost a joke. What all of that attitude stuff represents is people who are being uncooperative, assaultive. I've had drivers with their dolly tires were stabbed by people who had brought out knives and were puncturing their tires and things like that. One of the things that needs to be a requirement of this is that I don't want to put myself in harm's way. And I think the idea here of allowing a difference, more time, change the curb release, it involves less confrontation, and I think that's really important. I'd like to finish if I could.
I just need you, I'm sorry, ma'am, I need you to wrap up real quick.
All right. There needs to be something like that for the people that I work with. I release vehicles to people all the time. They're furious. Okay? Even if you notice you don't get many complaints from people that they got towed because they know they were parked where they shouldn't have. Okay? It's having to wait for it. The fuel surcharge should be based on now. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Sir, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Claire Martin, and my vehicle was illegally towed over at Riviera Terrace parking on January 30th of this year.
Sir, could you speak into the microphone so we can hear you a little bit better?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Claire Martin, and my vehicle was illegally towed on January 30th of this year. And I'd like to show my support for this. And that's going to appreciate it, because there was...
If you have something you wish to hand out, you can give it to the clerk. All right. Please continue, sir, if there's anything else you wish to say.
And there was no recourse at the time, and this does give you recourse, and the fines and all that. I think that's a good thing. It's good for the people. So, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Anybody else wish to speak to us on this matter? Seeing, hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. Mr.
Chairman, move approval of 2014-137S.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Mr. Honeman.
Yes. First of all, I'll start down a whole series. I see Mr. Gates in the audience here, Mr. Dean Gates with the Municipal Attorney's Office, who helped us with, along with Ms. Tucker from Municipal Council, of course, all the clerk staff, I believe all the ombudsman staff. And that's just the governmental officials, along with myself, Mr. Trainey, and at times other assembly members. The Public Safety Committee first started tackling this when I came on the body shortly thereafter, in 2010 and 11, actually. And we tasked Ms. Tucker to research something that I was made aware of by the tow industry that, we were requiring at the time that all tow fees be published at the clerk's office. And that included everything, including some of these things that we never really had seen before. I hadn't seen before, like if somebody cursed at you, you could charge them something. If you had to wait, it was $1 a minute or $5 a minute or something like that. And there were a lot of things in there that just didn't seem to make sense, very arbitrary, very subjective, and not all the industry operators did that, to be fair, but there were some that were a simple page, you could fit it in a paragraph, and there were some that were multiple pages long. And so, as a result of that, I'm not trying to be too lengthy here, but as a result of that, Ms. Tucker's finding was, in fact, the tow operators were correct about consensual tows. If I called a tow company, any one of these fine operators today, and I asked them how much it would take to tow my car from point A to point B, we could engage in a contract, and it can be as low as bartering something, or it can be as high as whatever dollar figure that we agree on. And there's really no need for government to get involved in that. There's no regulation to that, folks. So that's the beauty of having a consensual contract with two parties. No different than getting a contract to fix your house, have a plumber come in, or whatever. Obviously, the business has rates, and they're going to tell you what they are. The other phase of towing is the rotational tow that the government takes. And to use a comparison, even though they are different, it's as apples and oranges, is that there's a contract that's let, and then the operators that want to get in on that contract have an established rate sheet that the government has negotiated with them or set through a contract provision, and then those things are continued or recontracted at certain points, and rates are changed and things of that nature. And the police department and the administration did not want this body to connect the two. They did not want that to be in any way enjoined. And the only thing we had to go on was even the government folks, when they go to tow a car, when they're towing a car immediately, it's because of something blocking a violation of law that's impeding the flow of traffic, like a car crash or a fire hydrant or an intersection. But even a parking meter, for gosh sakes, they won't tow you for the first time you get in trouble for parking improperly at a tow meter. They just don't. Not on a city lot, not on a state lot, nothing. You get a ticket, and you get time to pay it. And if you don't pay it, you get a fine. If you don't pay it, you get collection after you. So then you get into the non-consent tow, which is what this ordinance covers. And frankly, I've got just a real quick list. We don't want to dictate to the industry how much you charge a person. We just say you can charge up to. Doesn't mean you have to pay, you don't have to charge that amount. You can charge up to that amount. If you want to be a fair operator, take considerations of somebody and charge them less, that's your prerogative. But you can't charge any more than what's stipulated here. We've also listened to the industry a lot. And in fact, since 2011, I can tell you that we held several meetings, and some tow operators in specific told me, don't keep having a meeting to have a meeting. If you're not going to do anything, I don't want you to ever call me again to give my input, because it's ridiculous. It's been dragging on for years. And input, for God's sakes. We don't account for holidays and weekends. This is an industry decision you make, whether you want to go out. You can tell the property owner, I'm not coming out on the weekend. I don't get paid extra. I don't pay my guys extra, and we're not doing it. That's your prerogative between you and the other business owner. Yeah, it sucks to be them if that's the case, but that's a business decision you make. And we again took a lot of time to get input for this ordinance, which is why I'm inclined to go ahead and adopt it now. And I know the Public Safety Committee has met on it, and the members that I've talked to are more than willing to support the ordinance S1 version as changed. And folks, I just wanted to tell you that this is a very serious thing. We're taking somebody's property without their knowledge, without their consent, for a violation of a property owner's rules, not law, It's rules. They have a business, they have property, and they don't want you to park there for whatever reason. It's a rule. It's not a law. And it's not the police. It's not government. And all we can do is regulate the best we can to protect the interests of the public and the people that own this property. And I get it. It's a very sensitive subject. The operators that I know, and I know several people who have testified tonight, some are neighbors and live in my neighborhood. But I can tell you right now, good people all, and I don't want to say that I want to vilify them by using an ordinance change. So this is a good start. If we have to adjust it, we will, and there's some provisions to increase rates as we go along. So I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Traney.
For all the reasons that my colleague Mr. Honeman enumerated, I intend to vote on this tonight. We've been working on this thing I've been working on it since 2008, off and on, trying to get it. We were always told, you're almost there, just bring it back another time later. It's done. We've got the Bill of Rights here that we require every tow operator to give the individual whose car they towed. So this lays out your right if your car's been towed. And our ombudsman put a lot of work into this. And Dean Gates, you did a great job. Julia Tucker did a wonderful job. Madam Clerk, you and all the other clerks, Amanda and you, did a lot of work on this. I appreciate this, but we're ready to go with this one. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to vote on this tonight. We need to get it done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr?
I'd like to make an amendment on, I guess it's the last page, 36 of 36, to be effective January 1 of 2015.
Second.
And I know the ordinance currently reads 30 days, but I think there's some value in having, oftentimes, insurance policies are there, employment issues, they're going to need to have 24-hour phone availability for after-hours call-outs. And so I know it's not a lot of time. The industry would probably like 6 months, but a rollover date allows us to also correct the fees inside municipal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Starr, did I hear you correctly? January 1? Okay, thank you. It's been moved. Ms. Domboski, will you please press your button? You were the second, I believe. Mr. Traney has a response to that, sir.
Mr. Starr, I think we can't do that. Madam Clerk, can you tell him why we can't, rather than me go through mine? I know you know the answer to this question.
I've got two duties here today, and one, I need to record your motion. So if you could give me 1 second, Mr. Traney, and I will be happy to answer the question after I record the motion.
It's a computer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Traney. Ms. Domboski, Mr. Starr, through the chair, one of the issues is that the current tow operator license expires on December 31st. And I would like, I think Mr. Gates and possibly Ms. Tucker might be able to answer better for us if there would be a problem. If it isn't effective until the 1st, I think that could affect our renewal process, and I would be a little bit concerned about that.
Well, I'm not here to debate the clerk, but I think the idea that there's a period between the 30 days from now, which is December 18th, and the first of the year, that's one window of concern that I have. And the other one is that we've got now a non-prorated PPI requirement of having a person have that license. It's annual. So now what do you do? Make them buy a license in December and then again for the next year? It seems to be awkward. So I don't like it when government regulations prohibit practicality, even though some would chuckle that we don't do that all the time. So who's going to give me my answer? What's wrong with January 1?
Ms. Tucker or Mr. Gates? Either one of you.
I'm not sure that there would be a problem about January 1st, but I think that we should consult with Mr. Gates since this was part of his. I think that the concern, as I understood it, was that if we didn't have this code in place before the renewal period was up, we were going to be in, have some concerns.
Well, and I don't like to debate lawyers either, but it may be that some operators choose not to participate anymore. So I would almost want to encourage the opportunity for them to be contemplative and not force them into one aspect of the renewal and perhaps not a license elsewhere. So looking at January 1 to allow that flexibility, it's only a week over what you guys are proposing.
Mr. Gates, could we ask you to come along with your interpreter to give us a little bit of more information just so we're making the right decision here?
I hesitated to come up here because I don't really think I have anything to add. I also don't see a problem January 1 or 30 days. And the licensing provisions, I think we took care of the licensing renewals in an earlier ordinance. I don't have the number with me right now, so I would concur with what Mrs. Tucker said.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gates. Anything further on that, Mr. Starr? Thank you. Mr. Honeman, to the amendment.
I think we're asked and answered. I would, all of it for the clarity for the operators and the convenience for the clerks to make sure they can get the new permits timely, back to the operators so they can operate. I think that's my biggest concern.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Traney, and wrap up.
Just that about $500,000 was left on the table last year by operators that did not renew on time. They renewed 30 days after the last stop date. We're going to send notification out to them with this new ordinance to make sure that doesn't happen again this year.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. The motion on the table is to an effective date of January 1 of 2015. Please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray-Jackson. Oh, sorry, you have been mic toward her. Sorry, Mr. Gray-Jackson, we didn't hear you the first time. Oh, maybe she stepped off. Okay. We'll show her as absent, and by a vote of 9 yeas and 1 nay, that motion carries. That brings us back to the... Oh, hi, Ms. Gray-Jackson. You must have been on...
Hello.
Hey there.
Sorry, Mr. Ford, I'm not absent. I just had the phone on mute. I apologize.
Quite all right.
Anyway, yes.
Very understandable. We'll correct the vote for you.
Thank you.
With that, we're back to the S version as amended. Ms. Tucker, you're trying to get my attention? They have this button on your screen you can push.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was afraid that that in my fumbling to find that button, that we would go forward. In consultation with my esteemed colleague, the municipal attorney, on the question, I need to correct my response to the question on the 30 day problem. There is a new PPI endorsement in this code. So if the operators are going to renew during the month of December, which usually they are allowed to renew, we don't have the PPI endorsement in code, and so that creates a problem here. So there could be perhaps a bifurcation that the PPI endorsement section is effective, but that was the glitch there. Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Would you kindly spell out the section that you believe requires an earlier effective date?
Yes, so that's not the S version, though. But it's going to be, the section is going to be 9.54.020.
It's 025, I think. Let's participate in the support.
I want to weigh in, seeing as my motion. Mr. Chairman, can you answer me the question? Are the permits issued for the next year? So if they renew in December, isn't it operating rights from January 1 on?
I believe that's correct, sir. Yeah.
So the idea that they would renew in December for January, I mean, if they want a PPI in January, then they're going to buy a permit whenever they buy a permit. So not certain that it's based on the effective date, some of the mechanisms of the 30-day or the 24-hour window, all the other things that are in the ordinance are fine. I just can't believe that we're stumbling over it, really just the interest to say, let's align the dates.
Sure.
Otherwise, you're going to have 2 permits.
Yeah. I think the clerk can maybe help explain this a little better.
Well, I'm not sure if I can explain it or not, but I think it does need to be clarified, and the clarification would be that the tow operators need, as Ms. Tucker was saying, they need this PPI endorsement and they need their towing permit on January 1. So if the ordinance is effective on January 1, when they apply in December, and they're considered to apply timely if they apply December 1st, as Mr. Starr said, when they apply December 1st, they would need to be applying for the tow operator license for 2015, including that PPI, if they wanted to do private party impounds in 2015. So I think that might be something that we just need to all have a common understanding about.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but the same problem exists even if we go 30 days if somebody renews on December 1st. So it doesn't seem to make a difference to me.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We now have the S version as amended before us. I see no one else in queue. Now I do. Ms. Domboski.
Always late, but never without words, Mr. Chairman. I hear what the tow operators are saying, and I just want to thank Mr. Trainee and Mr. Honeman for the hours and hours of work they've put into this. One of my major concerns last time was mandating these small businesses have to be there 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. I thought that was a little excessive, so I appreciate you tailoring it back to Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, excluding holidays. I think that's reasonable. The other thing that I was really concerned about was time on scene, what they're talking about, because, I'm going to bring it up again. I've seen those reality shows, and I would never want to do their job. I know. Well, it's been like a year, but I have seen one. So my point is, I still hear what they're saying about time on scene, and I still have concern about that. I'm willing to go with it at this moment, but know that I will be actively listening to see if they're having a problem with it, and if there is, I'm more than happy to bring it back to adjust it, because I was actually preparing to create an amendment just to change it so they have to get a number within an hour. I'm fine with that, to be honest with you. It makes me nervous creating a dangerous situation by legislative action. And I'm not sure, I don't know enough about this industry particularly, but what I'm hearing the experts say is it is an issue. So that's the one issue that I have, honestly, with what I'm seeing tonight. And Mr. Honeman, you look like you're ready to tell me something, so I'd love to hear it, to see if I should push that amendment or if I should hold it.
He's not in queue, but if he chooses to be, we'll get you an answer. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thought that we had talked possibly about an amendment changing 19,500 pounds to 10,000 pounds. Were we going to do that before we voted? I think it would be wise to do it before we voted.
Yeah.
If you wish to make that motion, sir, you are welcome to do so.
Okay. Thank you. I move that on page 7, line 39 and 40, the 19,500 pounds be changed to 10,000. And in line 40, it's 19,501 pounds. That should be changed to 10,000.
Second.
I think you meant 10,001. Okay. Would you please press your button, Mr. Peterson and Ms. Domboski? It's been moved and seconded. I have a whole bunch of people in queue. Does anybody wish to speak to that motion? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing and hearing no one, please proceed to vote on the motion. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Since that motion carries unanimously, that brings us back to the item under consideration as amended. I have Mr. Trainee in queue.
Ms. Dombrowski, I look forward to you bringing any clarification onto us after we're done passing this. Anytime you have an issue, just bring it forward to us. We worked on this for a long time. We're more than happy to listen to any thing you can do to tweak it.
And Mr. Starr.
Well, one person or several people we didn't hear from were the property owners that these folks tow for, and I found it startling that no property owner really testified that the service was necessary, and it's more of a speech than any comments in support, but I would like to see some more property owners sort of stepping up to the plate to allow parking in the afternoon hours and evening hours in particular. I understand the mess that's left with parking that's there, abandoned vehicles, all that stuff, but you know, one of the reasons that we oftentimes don't trek in from Eagle River is because we can't be certain that we can find a place within a half a block or a mile in a snowstorm to come out to dinner. And so now you see new technologies. We're doing it at City Hall, the pay station concept with the numbered slots. If I was a property owner, I'd really look at approaching the municipality and have them regulate the spaces for me. We provide security in some of that. It's awfully frustrating to look across and see, even at those popular spots, all of that available parking that's really for employees, quite frankly, and yet the property owners don't step up. So, I challenge the industry to reach out to their customers as well and say, hey, how about, after 6 it's free, unless it gets out of hand. But, there's some solutions here that I think everybody can live with. We didn't hear them at the microphone, so I'll support it tonight, and we'll continue to do good law if this doesn't work.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I share Ms. Dombowski's concern about the time on scene and which is basically the request for the APD number in advance. It seems to me, and actually I'll make the motion, I'd like to move to amend page 6, line 27, just the words prior to, and replace them with within an hour of.
Second.
Please press your button, sir. Okay. You wish to speak further to that, sir?
No, I think the gentlemen, the towing operators, the guys that actually have to put themselves on the line doing these things, I think spoke eloquently about the risks. I don't see why, as long as they do it within an hour, it should make a difference. So if it's safer for them, it makes sense for me.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman, is this on the motion or under?
Well, it's answered Mr. Dombowski and also Mr. Evans' concern, and that is, while I have compassion and certainly understanding of the industry and particularly their operators as they're towing, one of the other things you have to also acknowledge is that at the same time that the tow operator may have taken the car and back to their yard or either en route, excuse me, it's ironic that perhaps a vehicle owner gets to beat the tow driver to the phone saying my car was stolen. And so now you have a dispatch with a locate for a stolen vehicle going out to police officers and tying them up, and quite frankly, which could have been avoided if someone would have just taken a few moments to call, or now online to say, as Mr. Webb had testified earlier, yeah, they could do it from their office, but nowadays a lot of times you get smartphones and you can do a lot of those things online. So it's not, I don't think, too onerous. No, I think if you're having troubles getting a hold of someone and you can show that if you were ever challenged that you didn't do it ahead of time, you can show you were on the line and then you got to the point where you needed to get out of there. It's common sense. And I don't know that we can really dictate all common sense in legislation, but I guess I'm not totally tied to either way. I would prefer to avoid the confusion, both of the owner of the vehicle and to the government, for the police department. They're going to get one call, they're mandated to, and that's, we're taking the car. Why would we want to have 2 calls just by the fact that we're giving someone the convenience of an hour to make the phone call? It almost seems like we're asking, the government and the owner, yet you're putting it back to the owner of the vehicle. Yeah, they screwed up. They got their car towed. They're going to pay. I just don't see that it's that much of an onerous issue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Traney?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to vote for this because I think Mr. Rigg testified he's got an app that he can immediately get with the police department to get an incident number. So the app exists. You can do that electronically. I don't think we need to add this in there.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on the amendment to change prior to within hour of on line 27 of page 6. Ms. Gray Jackson.
No.
So by a vote of 3 yeas and 8 nays, that motion fails. That brings us back to the S version as amended. I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
And that motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Trainee.
Urge immediate reconsideration and no vote, please, sir.
Second.
Please press your button, sir. Mr. Wheeler?
Uh-oh, sir, as you tell it, forget that. I'm withdrawing the motion based on legal counsel. I see them over there throwing their hands up.
All right. Excellent silent communication. That brings us to item 14A. Mr. Trainee, would you please make the agree upon motion? 14A through G.
Move to combine item 14A through item 14, I wrote it down here, 14A through 14G. Public hearing will be held on all those items if that's approved, Mr. Chairman.
You push button. And may I have a second, please?
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing on items 14A through 14G are combined. For those of you watching at home, these are our budget bills for 2015. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns about the budgets as proposed, now is your time to come talk to us. You don't have to be shy. We're nice, mostly.
I was hoping not to be first. Hi, I'm Dana Griffin. I work for the United States Tennis Association, and I spoke with you guys last year. And I'm here just to urge you to include in the budget funding for some public indoor courts for Anchorage. I think you're all aware of the current situation and the Alaska Club North selling. We're down to 4 courts, and it's a real struggle. Last year I testified that we had grown leagues, adult leagues, from 100 registered to 500. That's a 400% growth. Since that time, I've taken on rec tennis for the USTA. This summer was amazing. We had 335 children go through our summer program at Delaney Park, and those were 2-week programs. It was great turnout. But what was even more amazing to me, because I do adult leagues, and I think since I do adult leagues, that I know most of the tennis players in town. But we included a new program. It was called Family Friendly. And it was ran 10 weeks, only on Monday. We had 400 people register. That was 40 people every Monday. It was amazing. And the whole premise behind it was affordable tennis for the family. And a family of 4 for $25 could come down to the park strip for an hour and a half and get a great workout, learn a great sport, a sport of a lifetime. And the sad thing is, at the end of the summer, they came to me and they said, "Hey, Dana, where can we continue? This is wonderful. We love it." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry. Over half of our indoor courts have been sold. So they haven't been able to continue." We've included in our winter programming this year. Last year, the Alaska Tennis Association ran a youth program in 3 schools, elementary schools. With the ATA and the USTA combined, we are in 12 schools this fall. And we plan to grow to 16 schools to 17 schools, roughly, depending on permitting. We're a little behind and working with the school district, and they've been wonderful, but there's only so much space for everybody. The great thing is a lot of these programs have sold out this fall. So there is great demand for these programs, these affordable indoor sport that a whole family can play. So I really urge you to consider that in the budget this year, and urge you to support a public indoor court for Anchorage.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. There's a couple of questions for you, Mr. Starr.
Speaking of the school district, have you presented to the school board about them covering up some of their outdoor courts?
I'm not involved with that one. I've heard that other people in town have, that I wasn't involved with that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Honeman?
I was going to ask the same thing, and also don't forget, we've also got some indoor, like high schools and middle schools, as well as the brand new Communiversity Alaska Airlines Center that actually has a practice gym that seems to be fairly tailor-made for indoor activities that could potentially involve tennis. And just as a side note, not to debate or argue, but we had an opportunity to try to move the purchase of the North Building, and the association representatives didn't seem that interested. So we lost that opportunity. We had that in our hands.
I think there was a lot involved with that. There definitely was. There was some funding. It was a wasn't exactly a Project 80s fund, from what I understand, but I'm not really deep into that.
I'm supportive of indoor courts.
But one thing I would like to add to comment on that is you mentioned the middle schools, the high schools, and I'm also on the board of directors for the Alaska Tennis Association. We tried to get Handshoe this year, well ahead of time, to teach, because we had Huffman last year, and we had 46 kids show up in a gym and NPR room. We're like, oh my gosh, this is grown, let's try to get a bigger gym. And we got denied, there was no space.
Okay.
So there's a lot of sports fighting for those indoor areas. So,
That's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Coming down.
Thank you for your time.
Anybody else wish to speak to us on budgets for next year? Come on down, ma'am. Welcome. Anybody else want to
Evening.
speak to us, please have a seat up front so we don't have to.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. I'm Becky Parker. I'm here representing the Anchorage Senior Activity Center. And with me this evening are some of our board members, if they'd like to stand. Thank you. And we are here to support version S of the budget, which fully restores the senior center's budget, which is exactly the way it was last year, 2014, so it's not an increase. Now, for 31 years, we have been serving Anchorage seniors, and the areas that we cover are health and wellness, fitness, arts and crafts, and we provide meaningful programs and resources for the seniors. We plan this year to increase our awareness of the programs that we have and increase the number of members and diversify our membership. We want to thank you this evening, the Assembly, the Mayor, and on behalf of the Anchorage Senior Center and the Chugiak Senior Center, we certainly want to thank you for your support of restoring our budget. In addition, I'd like to mention Mr. Steve Ashman from the Department of Health and Social Services. He's been very helpful to our organization, and we thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Mr. Honeman has a question for you.
His comment and also a question, and that is to thank the board members for coming down. I know, point of personal privilege, that Colonel Irwin has, I know, been a valuable asset for the senior center as well. We've had several discussions. And just to make a pitch, I know I've been contacted by a couple of constituents for the male persuasion, and there seems to be a whole host of activities for the ladies at the senior center, but not as many for the men. So we're trying to, whatever it might need to leverage for some more activities for the gentlemen rather than to come down and check out the ladies.
You're absolutely right about that. We are looking at expanding programs for men.
Absolutely.
And it's a fun place, so come down and see us.
Oh, I have been.
Yeah, okay, and we represent 2,000 members plus, and of course, over 31 years, thousands. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No other questions. I don't think we have an S version yet, but I was actually in communication with Mr. Baker today about that restoration, so we'll see what comes out of our S version.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Thank you.
Is there? Okay. Anybody else wish to speak to us on any of our budgets? Welcome back, sir. You promised.
I promised. I'm back. My name's Ed Larrabee, and there was a controversy about a wrestling team, and it was, for about 7 years, it was renting out this space and mats and equipment from this church, and because this church, when they first opened, it's a church, they would say a prayer, and then the wrestling team would carry on and do their business. Well, because of complaints from an organization down in the lower 48, the wrestling team said, well, if you don't let us say, have our event without a prayer, then we have to move to someplace else. And what they could be getting for free, well, okay, they'd have to pay the price of a prayer or silent meditation. Now, they're going to have to buy equipment. They're going to have to rent out spaces. They're going to have to do all this from our schools. I guess it would come from our school budget. And I think this is terrible and unfair. Because as a taxpayer, do I really want to money to the government where the government could get something for free and not have to tax me all the more. And I wish you all would take that in consideration when you're thinking about these budgets, because our government, our values, our laws were formed from religious values. And all it was like silent meditation before this event started. I'm sure everybody heard about it. It was a big news story. Yeah, I don't think we should spend money for something we could get for free, as this wrestling team could have.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah, and also they called the church and they asked if they could borrow. They had the guts enough to ask the church if they could use their equipment at another facility.
And I'm sorry, sir, we forgot to get your name again at this time. Could you reintroduce yourself just for the record, please?
Oh, my name's Ed Larrivee.
Thank you,
Larriv as a victory, E-E.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Larrivee.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question?
I don't see any, sir.
Oh, I'm a lonely rabbit. Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak to us on our budget items? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. We will take this up next week. I will let the body know I've received a request from the mayor's office to postpone this from noon on Wednesday, the 26th. Noon on Wednesday, the 26th. He's asked if we could postpone to 1:30. I'm going to work with the clerk's office to make sure that actually can be accommodated, but just to update your calendars. Tentatively, we're going to be sliding back about 90 minutes.
And Ms. Gray Jackson can clarify, when do you anticipate amendments due from us?
You're reading my mind, Mr. Starr, through the chair. I believe it's Wednesday when I close the business. Is that correct, Barbara? I don't have the memo in front of me, but I believe it's
Ms. Gray Jackson, through the chair, I believe that is correct. I will send out a follow-up email to remind everyone and send another copy of those budget amendment forms that you sent out earlier.
And then
thank you.
No more public hearings then on the amendments?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Unless, of course, we can't come to agreement, in which case the process kicks in again. That brings us to item 14H. This is AO 2014-138, an ordinance authorizing withdrawal of Heritage Land Bank parcel number 3-041A, legally described as Tract C, Save 2 subdivision, according to Plat 90-67, filed in the Anchorage Recording District, 3rd Judicial District, State of Alaska, from the Heritage Land Bank inventory for transfer to Real Estate Services for management by the Anchorage Fire Department. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And Mr. Honeman shouts that he is yes from the back of the room, and that carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14I, AO 2014-134, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage amending the comprehensive plan by amendment to the Hillside District Plan Land Use Map 2.1 to classify lands to low-intensity detached greater than 3 to 5 DUA use classification for property generally located in the northeast corner of the Lake Otis Parkway and Huffman Road intersection, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.05.030 Old Code and Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.01.080 New Code. This is also a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Jim Sawhill. I'm with Lounsbury & Associates, and I'm here tonight representing CY Investments. I'm here to urge your support of the request to reclassify 8.5 acres from 0 to 1 DUA to 3.5 DUA on the land use map in the Hillside District Plan. The property is located in the northeast corner of Huffman Road and Lake Otis Parkway. This request meets the policies and criteria of the Hillside Plan. Policy 1A of the Hillside Plan encourages a greater portion of the growth on the hillside to occur in the lower hillside, and this property is in the lower hillside and meets that criteria. The Hillside District Plan also provides location criteria for property that's in the low-intensity residential density, which is what we are requesting. The criteria are that the areas are in an established single-family detached development area, which this meets that criteria. The area is served by public and water and sewer. This property meets that criteria. And the area is not subject to a high volume of traffic. We also have utilities adjoining our site, so we have water, sewer, and storm drain available. We are within the sewer service area as identified in the district plan, so this is a great candidate for a modification, and will serve to provide housing units in a popular area of Anchorage. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sawhill. I see no questions, but it's good to see you again.
I had one. You're going to put in fire hydrants?
Oh, Mr. Starr, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we will have fire protection.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to us on this matter? Come on down, sir. If there's any further, please, we have plenty of seats up front, so please join us. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is John Henry, and I'm speaking on behalf of my dad, whose property is adjacent to this property that you're trying to rezone. We missed out on the planning hearing on August 4th, the recommendation from limited intensity to low intensity, which is 0 to 1 and 3 to 5, requested by CY Investments. I agree that all the sewer and water and everything is there, but the problem is my father's property is 2.5 acres, and it adjoins that along Huffman on the east side. There are horses on this property, and I think that would cause problems with the development next door. And I think this is kind of strange because they're asking for this to go to low intensity 3 to 5, and in the same request, that coming up next, they're going to request to go to R1, which requires different criteria. And then tomorrow, they're going to request 43 units per acre, which is the limit of the 3 to 5 intensity. And I think there's no transition zone involved here at all. I believe the intensity should be maybe 3 to 4 to limit some of the housing that goes in next door. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston has a question for you before you sit down.
Yes.
So is your father's property on the south side of Huffman Road or on the north side of Huffman?
It's on the east. It's on the north side of Huffman. It's just to the east of the
Just
property.
the east of the property. So,
Yeah.
so it abuts the cul-de-sac that is part of the other development that was done earlier. Is that correct?
They've been there, yes, since 1982.
Right, but so...
Which cul-de-sac are you referring to? The one behind the property?
It would be, yes, Wood Chase Circle, north of it?
Let me look at that here. I don't have the name of that, but it's directly behind the property to the north?
Right.
Okay, what was your question?
So it does abut the higher density property to the north, correct?
That is correct.
And then to the east, it is it the church?
It's the church. The church is there.
Right.
St. Elizabeth Ann Church is next door.
Right, okay. And then also, is your father tied up to the public utilities?
No, we're on sewer. We're on septic and well.
Okay, but you do have the ability to, he does have the ability if he ever wanted to, correct?
To go to sewer and water?
Yes.
Not unless they connect to the adjacent units or to the church's sewer system.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no further questions.
Oh, and I do have one other comment here. If they are going to rezone something like this, which is coming up next, I'll just save my comments for now. There probably needs to be a buffer because there's a 10-foot vegetation buffer currently between the properties right now that my dad maintains for the horses and various other things, and there's about a 50 to 100-foot buffer that we maintain to the houses directly behind us. So I think it wouldn't be asking too much for the property developers to reduce the number of houses that are going to go in there and to also put a 10-foot vegetation easement along the property line there. So that would provide a 20-foot easement as far as just vegetation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to speak to us in this matter?
I believe this is delayed to the next issue, so I'll just wait for
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And so that motion carries unanimously, which brings us to item 14J. This is AO 2014-131, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 8.5 acres from R6 suburban residential large lot to district to R1 single family.
Waive reading.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. This is the follow-on legislation to the one we just heard. It involves the same property at the corner of Lake Otis and Huffman. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, Mr. Sawhill, come on down, and then we'll get the rest of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Jim Sawhill. I'm with Lounsbury and Associates, and I'm here representing CY Investments, and we're asking for your support for the passing of this ordinance to rezone 8.5 acres from R6 to R1. Again, the property is located at the northeast corner of Huffman Road and Lake Otis Parkway. The property is within the urban service area in the Anchorage 2020 plan. We have R1 and R2A zoned properties on 2.5 sides of our property. We are in an area that is substantially developed with single-family homes. We have water, sewer, and storm drain available to our site in Lake Otis Parkway, and Lake Otis Parkway will provide the primary access into the site, which is a good access and won't impact the adjoining properties. The standards for zoning amendments have been met, and we request your support. I would like to address the issue of buffering to the property to the east. In the Title 21, when you have a R1 to R6 boundary, we're required to provide a 15-foot vegetative buffer along that side, which we will be providing as part of the code. It's not an option for us. It's something we have to do, and it is shown on our preliminary plat. We recognize that need, and we'll have that as part of our development. I would also like to share with the Assembly that one of the requirements of AWWU is for us to extend a sewer easement to the property to the east, so they will have sanitary sewer service if that property ever cares to redevelop. We will enhance their value as part of our development. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
And there are a couple, sir. Mr. Honeman.
Well, I think part of it was answered, and that is the buffer. So I don't know if you heard, but it's 15 feet rather than the 10 you're asking plus whatever. I did notice that the property to the north of this gentleman's father's property it does appear on at least the topographical map, it looks like there's quite a bit of vegetation. And I don't know if you intend to leave what's existing there, or if you're going to tear it down and replace it with something different. I don't know.
We try to save as many trees as we can. We will not be cutting down any trees more than we need to develop the property.
What's the, if you don't mind me asking, what's the intent behind? I mean, he was talking about a ratio of 3 to 4 rather than 3 to 5. What would that do for what's intended for the development part? I mean, is that?
We're looking to develop it at about 5 dwelling units per acre, right at the upper end of the limit. We're looking to develop 50-foot wide single-family homes on most of the property. We're going to also have some 60-foot wide that will allow some larger 3-car garages. And the cul-de-sacs are always very popular also.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr?
It's certainly compatible with the growth in the area, so it's sort of the last big piece I see along that drive when I do it. But you may know, across the street, I think across Lake Otis, there's some SLs, the special limitation properties on the R1s. Do you know what they did? I couldn't find it in the packet. Why did they limit? The only thing I could think of was a setback off of a major street.
No, I think the R2A SL, which adjoins Lake Otis, required a width. I think it was a minimum width of those lots to increase the depth against Lake Otis, is what I recall the special limitation was.
Okay, did Planning and Zoning request any special limitations to your proposals?
No, they did not.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions, Mr. Sawhill. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Nechtel. I am a homeowner that has a property that adjoins with the area in question. I'm not very familiar with this process. You'll have to forgive my naivety. I see on this document, obviously, a large, very descriptive plot that suggests, I believe in section 1 or 2, that a certain percentage of property owners need to approve. Is that property owners of the existing property or property owners of adjoining properties that need to approve this? Can I ask that question of this assembly?
I'm sorry, sir, what were you speaking of specifically?
So I do believe in Section 2, line 26, the Planning Division has received written consent of the owners of at least 51% of the property. Is the property identified in Sections 19 through 22 only the 8.5 acres in question, or any adjoining property also?
It's within the area, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I obviously believe that my property value and certainly those of my neighbors will be impacted by further development. I certainly back onto a very, very nice green space right now with forests and expect my property value to decrease. I'd certainly ask that the Assembly consider that.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. You can come forward again, sir. It's a different ordinance, so if you wish to speak, you may. We allow you one shot, but one shot at each ordinance.
We're on the second one, right?
We are, yes.
Okay. As far as the R1, there doesn't appear, I think the Huffman Community Council had some sort of ideas about transitioning some of these zones, and I believe there's an R7 transition zone that was developed for, I don't know how many houses that would be offhand. But this property was originally, I believe, 2 5-acre parcels, and I don't see any reason why the one to the east, next to my father's property, couldn't be zoned R7 and the other one R1.
And sir, I'm sorry, could you restate your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, John Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wants to speak to us on this matter? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14K. This is AR 2014-295, a resolution of Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating $239,863 from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and $5,275 as a contribution from the 2014 Anchorage Police Department operating budget, Anchorage Metropolitan Service Area Fund 151, all to the Federal Grants Fund 241, Anchorage Police Department, for the continuation of the Alaska Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, could you kindly put your button, sir? Thank you, sir. And that motion carries unanimously, which brings us to item 14L. This is AR 2014-296, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $449,346 as a grant from the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and a contribution of $8,200 from the Informational Technology Fund 607.
Waive reading.
And this is for a grant for state homeland security program activities in the Municipal Manager's Department, Office of Emergency Management. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, you have a question?
Perhaps Ms. Johnson, we're doing late-end transfers into a future capital budget here. Is that an effort to take available fund balance this year and move it into next year, or what's actually going on here with that?
You asking me or the
Either one. It's what I talk about is on the second page of that. It's on page 610 of our packet. Lines 17 and 18 talk about the Girdwood Board of Supervisors approved a resolution to appropriate the fund balance to establish capital reserve funds for future projects.
We're still on 14L, sir.
Oh, I thought we were on M.
Yeah.
We're on L, sir.
I'll talk about M later.
Very good. Thank you,
Sorry.
sir. No, if none of us ever lost our place, we'd never have any fun here.
Well, move it along.
With that, I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And that motion carries unanimously. Now we're on 14M. This is AR 2014-297, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $296,259 from the Girdwood Valley Service Area Fund 106 fund balance to the GVSA Fund 106 2014 General Operating Budget as a contribution and appropriating said contribution to the GVSA Capital Improvement Fund 406 in the Public Works Department for the GVSA Road and Drainage, Parks, and Fire Capital Improvement Programs. Yet another public hearing. If you wish to speak on this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr.
Now, can I ask my question on the second page? It talks about a future capital program. I thought we were appropriating to a current project. Can somebody tell me what we're paying for?
You know, I can't tell you. This is the GBOS budget, just like when your Subversa does their budget. And it's been a while since I looked what they passed, and I don't see Maury Robinson here.
Okay, I don't have any big challenge with it. I just don't like the year-end appropriations that start to pull fund balance down, stuffing next year.
Right, and I would actually be surprised if that's what's happening, but I can't tell you definitively.
Okay, well, maybe check into it. If we're funding a capital futures program, let's do that with next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote on item 14M. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And that motion carries unanimously. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Chairman, moment of personal privilege. I'd like to move to reconsider our action on 2014-137S. We have an answer from legal to solve that one little problem on the date.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Would you please press your buttons, gentlemen? So the question is whether to reconsider our approval of item 13B.
City municipal attorney is passing out a change. I'd like to have implemented. If we reconsider, I'll read it to you.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get that passed out before we vote on reconsideration, then we'll proceed. I'll give everyone a moment to read this before I call for the vote. Okay. With that, please proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
And so via a vote of 10 yeas and 1 nay, we have the 13B, the S version, as amended back before us. Mr. Trainee, do you wish to move your amendment?
Yes, his amendment I want to move forward. His amendment number 1 replaces section 4 to read as follows. The amendment, the provisions of this ordinance governing license applications and the related submittal requirements and license fees for 2015 are effective immediately. Applications for 2015 shall be submitted and accepted under the provisions of this ordinance. All of the provisions of this ordinance are effective January 1st, 2015.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. It's been moved and seconded. I see no one in queue. Please proceed to vote on the amendment. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And that motion carries unanimously. We now have item 13B, the S version, as amended, back before us. Please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And that motion carries unanimously.
Only personal privilege.
Mr. Trainee?
Thanks to the body for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Amy, if you want to do it, go ahead. I'm not going to try a second time.
With that...
Amy, go ahead if you want.
Okay. With that, may I please have a motion to combine the public hearing on items 13A and 14N?
Second.
I think we did change order. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing, hearing none, these two items are as follows. AO 2014-127, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to provide for a mechanism to temporarily suspend application of Title 11 regulation of the transportation network companies if a memorandum of understanding for a pilot program is in place, and to identify areas without limitation to be addressed under a memorandum of understanding. And there is an S version of this ordinance. The other item this public hearing will address is item 2014-135, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 11 to accommodate technology innovation used in providing passenger transportation services for hire, add and modify definitions, establish regulation of transportation network companies, establish regulation of the vehicles and drivers providing passenger transportation for hire using TNC apps or services, amending the fine schedule at AMC Section 14.60.030 accordingly, and related matters involving the regulatory framework for transportation services. And before we start, my understanding is the sponsor of 14N is going to request that we continue the public hearing on this once it's concluded to a date in March. Mr. Evans, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move public hearing on this, continue to March 24th.
Well, we'll have to wait till we actually have this public hearing before we make that motion. So, with that, the public hearing on these two items are open. Please come forward. Remember, we ask that you state your name before you begin, and you have 3 minutes. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. How are you all doing?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
I heard you had Chinese. Smells good.
Thai.
Oh, very nice. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sam Moore, M-O-O-R-E. I live in Midtown, and as an FYI, I cannot see well enough to drive. I take the bus. I took a taxi to get here tonight, and I'm an avid advocate for transportation options and mobility, and I am in favor of ride-sharing services as another viable option. At this point in the conversation, we're not talking about transportation. We're talking about protecting a specific set of people from new competition in the marketplace. Rarely, if ever, do members of this deliberative body actually encounter such a black and white option between free market principles and government protectionism. I'm imploring you to ignore the anecdotes and focus on the facts. There is no legal protection for the investment value of a government permit. Period. I know some permit owners in this room think they've convinced enough of you to postpone action. I hope you will shed the corruption and malfeasance naturally inherent to limiting access to a market. The economist Larry Kudlow has a creed, quote, "I believe free market principles are the best path to prosperity," unquote. I believe those words. If you consider yourself Republican, Libertarian, or simply American, pardon me, and you want to help people who rely on transit options in the community, then the time is now, the day is here. Postponing one day more is not an option. Anyone pick up that pun? No? Okay. Again and finally, this is a very simple black or white yes or no vote for or against competition, for or against capitalism. Don't let those of us who need this service down. Please decide tonight in favor of allowing ride-sharing services. Please vote for AO 127, the S version. Thank you.
Thank you,
Any
Mr. Moore.
questions? None?
I see no questions, sir. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Actually, welcome back, I think it is.
Good evening. Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Bryce Bennett, and I am the manager here for Uber Alaska. I first want to thank you for your time and hard work on the issue of ride sharing in Anchorage. Uber is committed to bringing more transportation options for riders and drivers alike in the city of Anchorage and the surrounding areas. I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to meet with many of you directly as well. Since beginning operations in late September, Uber has partnered with dozens of local drivers and had hundreds more sign up. Thousands of trips have been successfully completed, and thousands more will be completed this week alone. The feedback from both riders and drivers has been exceptionally positive. The partner drivers that are working on the platform include full and part-time drivers, some who are former taxi drivers, individuals seeking secondary and temporary options, veterans, military spouses, students, and stay-at-home moms. This city is screaming for more options, options that will reduce DUIs, options that will respond to the demand of the marketplace, and options that will provide the opportunity for hundreds to start and continue to run their own small business. We will continue to bring our Uber Military Initiative to Anchorage, which is striving to onboard 50,000 veterans nationwide to the Uber platform in the next 18 months. In addition, we have already begun the process of working with local businesses and the Chamber in Eagle River to better serve these traditionally underserved areas. We are investing in the city every week, providing support for the dozens of drivers on the system that continue to keep 80% of every fare. We want to be here and to be a part of the Anchorage community. We do not believe that embracing technology and innovation necessarily means picking sides. In every city we operate, we have grown the larger transportation pie. In Seattle, where we have operated for more than 3 years, the city is actually issuing 200 more taxi licenses over the next 2 years. More options are a good thing for local riders and drivers. Competition and choice is the backbone of the free market that will raise all ships during this rising tide. Just as Mr. Trainey's and Ms. Dembowski's ordinance clearly states, TNCs and those that drive on the platforms are different than the other forms of transportation under Title 11. We encourage the support of this ordinance and are prepared to work swiftly with the city on a pilot program that addresses the issues outlined. This city and region deserves more transportation options, and we are confident that the local drivers that we partner with will be able to bring the safest, most reliable transportation option to the riders of Anchorage. Thank you for your time and all of your consideration during this process.
Thank
And
you,
if my team can, excuse me, if my team can provide any other information, please do let me know.
Well, thank you, sir. I think Mr. Starr would like a little bit more information. Mr. Starr?
One of the concepts that is being proposed for a sort of a fee in kind or some way to get the city money for your venture would be a charge per ride. That's an option. Do you track that kind of information, and are you willing to disclose it to the city?
We do track every trip on the system. We're open to a couple different fee options and would be open to talking more about that.
Do you pay a per ride fee anywhere else in the country?
We do pay a per ride fee in a couple cities. One is Seattle, for example, as well as the broader King County area.
And it's a percentage of the overall fare, or is it just a flat?
Flat per trip fee.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I see no further questions.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Well, I need a minute to get acclimated, y'all. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you have to say.
Mr. Speaker and Assembly people, hey, Mr. Hall, I got to have a little time to get a minute here where I can visit. Appreciate it. Well, I found out one thing that I can say real quick. I'm proud to be a taxi. I'm proud to meet some of you guys that have made us who we are, period. I don't know how many of you started it, but I've been here a long time. I talk like I just got here, but I remember when I was fighting the seatbelt law. I remember when there wasn't no tutor at Northern Lights. I don't know what that means anymore. I remember when the lower 48, where is that place? I've heard a lot about it. Let's try to remember those days. Seems like that's where I'm coming from. I don't even know what we're having to meet so much about. I mean, y'all have made somebody the taxi industry. I'm proud of it. I can go home to my wife tonight and say, man, I'm proud of it. I've invested a lot of money. And a lot of others have too. I mean, where was the free whiskey years ago when come and try the vodka out or the Jack Daniels and just try her for free for a while. If you like it, tell us. They're here whether we want them to be here or not. I ain't got nothing against them. Let's just do it I'm not here to fuss about all the money that I've had to invest in this. I'm not doing that. All I know is that we don't play softball, all us taxi drivers, at the end of the season. Half of us probably don't even care about each other. But we've got this thing that is a bond together that I want to know that, tell you that regulated means something to me now. I was running against the regulation for a long time, and now that I know what regulate, man, what a beautiful name that is. That's a beautiful word. And one thing about it, the voters voted on no deregulation. So now we're firm on regulation, safety. I got to use those buzzwords a little bit all up in here to where somebody else, oh, he said safety. I'm just an old driver, y'all. I feel very uncomfortable because I don't have a steering wheel here. But I hope y'all are listening to me. We ain't worried about the lower 48. Somebody said, we got us a brand new Jetta. Well, that's a Volkswagen. I got a nice car too, and there's a lot of other nice cars out here. It's a privately owned taxi too.
Sorry, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, but we didn't catch your name when you first came to the...
Joseph David McMullen, M-C-M-U-L-L-I-A-N.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen. I appreciate you taking the time to come down tonight, and thank you for your services as a cab driver. I see no questions for you, sir.
No questions?
No, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome back, actually.
Well, thank you. The name is Dayo Ajayi. It's spelled first name D-A-Y-O. This is not Dayo. And the last name is Ajayi, A-J-A-Y-I. I want to thank you for your time and everything. And then I have to start by saying the pilot program that the Assembly member, Mr. Trainee, tries to introduce, I want to ask a few questions regarding that. Where are the checks and balances for this pilot program? Which means, in effect, who monitors this pilot program? 2, how many vehicles will be involved? 3, what is the control? When I say how many vehicles involved, I would like you to please ask me a question regarding that. Because when you flood the market, you strangulate the existing business. This is not New York. This is not Chicago. The population influx in Chicago, in New York, in LA, can absorb many other cars or improvement or technology. Yes, technology too. Yellow cab, checker cab has that technology. And we are regulated here in Chicago, in New York, in those big cities. The regulation, the operating procedure, the standard operating procedure here is defined and regulated. And which means in effect that the taxi permits here are given out, by the highest bidders. In Chicago and all elsewhere, is by lottery. People paid a lot of money here. Then you will bring the influx of these so-called Uber. There's nothing wrong with them. This is America. Everybody needs to make money. Do it the right way. We have a regulation. Why do you have to dance to the whims and caprices of Uber? This is a constituent authority. Give it a chance. Think about it. Just don't absorb them. Secondly, you are not to put this in to paralyze the existing business. We are human beings too. We are Alaskans. I have been here for 32 years. I went to college and graduated here. I trained my children from this taxi cab, went to Columbia University, went to Vanderbilt, went to another, my youngest will graduate from Yale. Well, that's just my own business. I have been on the other side before. In 1997, I wrote a proposal to get a free permit. I was not given. Nobody supported me, but I went and mortgaged my house so that I can train because I have a future. People will come here and lie and say they have 1,000, 10,000 trips. Where? Those people are the people that we don't even need in taxi cab because they are so lazy. If you work hard in taxi business for 20 years, you should be able to buy your own permit. Okay? When people can I round up, please?
I'm sorry, sir.
Just 1 second to round up.
One second, because we have a lot of people want to speak tonight.
Mr. Trainee, with due respect to you, you have been of good service to this industry. Why are you doing this? Is there a reason?
Right.
Do you believe in this?
Thank you, sir. I gave you some.
You will cause commotion, kangaroo business when you take this pilot program, and the future will tell. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you have questions, please ask me.
I don't see any questions at this time, sir. Thank you.
I mentioned about how many vehicles involved.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Trainee is supposed to answer that question.
We'll do our best to get you some answers.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Thank you. Come on down, sir. Don't be shy. Welcome, sir.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, all right. Yes, I just wanted to address the assembly. Some of you I've met in the past.
Your name, sir?
My name is Dave Taylor. I'm a retired military U.S. Air Force air traffic controller and also a disabled vet, and was also a local disc jockey in this town for over 20 years. And I am currently work for the UPS, but I'm also an Uber driver. I started driving for Uber, I guess it was Halloween night was my first time of driving. And I'm really not here all about the political aspect of it. I'm just here to tell you that I'm having so much fun meeting all the people I'm meeting with. We bought a car specifically for this, a fairly new vehicle, four-door little Kia Soul. We call it our Ham Star or Uber Star. And I've received so much positive feedback. I treat my customers like I want to be treated, provide water in my car, goodies, provide provide things so they can charge their cell phones, all kinds of little things that I do for my customers. And just bottom line, I'm having a lot of fun doing it, and the customers are responding to it. So I received so much positive feedback, and I just wanted to share that with the Assembly. And I just want to thank you all for your consideration of allowing Uber to operate here in Anchorage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Johnston has a question for you before you run off, sir. Folks, I appreciate the enthusiasm for this topic, but if everyone is applauding, we're not going to ever get done. So please keep it to Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor?
Ms. Johnston has a question for you.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you for coming out this evening.
Sure.
One of the concerns has been insurance, and since you bought a new car, what kind of insurance do you have on yourself, and what type of insurance do you have with Uber in case of an accident of any liability?
Okay. I have my normal insurance. I've got full coverage. Our car is paid for. I know we don't need it, but we carry it anyway with USAA. And then during the time that I pick up a passenger, then we're covered by Uber, full coverage, $1 million policy on my car, me, and the passengers in the vehicle as well. So it's fully covered from the time that they're picked up to the time they're dropped off. And then after that particular time, it goes back to my regular USAA insurance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
I don't see anybody else in queue, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome back, sir.
Hi. My name is Rifaka Chaudhary, and I am permit owner, cab 169. Those people, Uber, they come over here, they are enjoying by driving. Did they spend money? Did they obey the municipality laws? We are paying almost $2,049 for renewal the permit, $950 dispatch fee, $600 insurance. And I am asking the Assembly, if you are giving the permission to Uber, we need our permit money back because city sold the permit. And we have right to go to Supreme Court to fight for this. This is not a joke. This is business. People spend the money. They have families. They are feeding their families. Now you are giving, if you are giving permission to Uber, maybe tomorrow other 2-3 companies come, and what we will make? Can we afford our expense? We are paying the rent. We are paying the house payment and all those things. So in America, if somebody have business, even president don't have right to advise him in his, interfere in his business. This Uber is interfering 4,000 people who are driving this cab. Some are on vacation, some are here. Please consider this business. This is not a joke. You know, what Uber spend money? What city will get by driving Uber? What city have benefit for those? What is the safety? We have a lot of restriction, and we are obeying all those rules and laws. And please don't try to break those laws. They are good, people are safe, and we are driving safely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, how's it going?
Going well, thank you. Your name, sir?
Good. It's Juan Carlos Vargas.
Mr. Vargas, welcome.
Awesome. So, I was a active duty military member, and I separated up here, and I happened to stumble upon Uber. They put up countless Facebook ads, and I wanted to check it out for myself. It's a very convenient service, like my friend Dave had mentioned. It's a service, and it's very good, and I've received a lot of positive feedback from the people that I've driven. So, competition, obviously, I'm in school, I'm in college, marketing, and competition is everything. It's what makes a company want to be better. And there was a South Park episode that made fun of this situation, and that's how Uber's growing if South Park makes fun of it. And basically, they were reiterating the fact that a taxi service is kind of a monopoly. They tend to set their own rules, and they can do whatever they want and kind of get away with it. I don't know if any of you have actually called dispatch. I've never experienced something much ruder in my life, and I was an active duty military member, and I've been yelled at. Waiting hours on hours, waiting for a taxi to come, just kind of dealing with it. And the biggest thing I've heard from people is the cleanliness of the vehicles. These are our personal vehicles that we take on the road, and so we treat them as such, as they were our home. And when we invite someone into our home, we want them to receive the best service. And that's main thing I've heard that is that it's a clean vehicle. They feel good. They feel safe. We provide water, gum, whatever is needed. And it's convenient because instead of waiting outside in the snow for a possible taxi to come 15, 20, 30 minutes, an hour later, we can actually keep track. The customer can keep track of us on their phone and see where exactly we are. So again, like someone else had mentioned, this is a business, and as a business, this business should deserve the same right as any other business should to grow and flourish, especially when they're providing a good service, keeping DUIs down, and keeping people safe. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, you have insurance on the vehicle that you own.
Correct.
Have you told your insurance company that you're driving for Uber?
I have not told them yet because I don't know the exact. And that's okay, as a military member, I pride myself on being honest, and I haven't told him yet exactly because I don't know where this is going. So once I know exactly what is going to happen here, then, I'll go down that road. But I do want to reiterate the fact that Uber does provide $1 million insurance policy, and I don't know what other insurance policy the taxi driver company has, but $1 million sounds pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I presume there are a few others who wish to speak, so don't be shy. We've got some seats near the front. Welcome, sir.
Hey, my name is Mike Potter. I've been in the cab industry for the last 20 years. I've been through multiple TIs. We've did everything that the municipality has asked us to do. I installed the equipment. I was there when we launched Alaska Cab with the computers. I was there when we did the merger of Alaska Yellow. You guys asked us flat out, we want GPS, we want cameras, we want radios. We provide it. It even came up a time when we were talking about putting cages in the car, when we're having cab drivers killed. I got an app, big deal. I could track any yellow cab I want. I know where they are. I know I could get a cab in 5 minutes. Uber comes in, blanket policy. Why am I sitting here? I got 188 cabs on the road. Each one has to have the municipal ordinance to pass for insurance to operate that. They got a blanket policy. My thinking is this. A blanket policy is only when the person's in the car. Why is it they don't have to carry that in policy the same as all these cab industries? Oh, no, your insurance is going to cover it. Insurance companies don't cover it. If I picked you up today in my personal car, we got in an accident, just because I didn't log in on the app, you're not covered. You want to talk safety? Let's talk safety. You want to talk apples and oranges? That's what we're doing. I can't sit here in a cab industry that I've been dealing with for 20 years plus to see it go downhill by a corporation. You want to give people chances? Let's give them the chances. We gave them the chance. You make us, for us to operate as a cab, $2,100 a year to renew that permit, the insurance, the dispatch fees, and all. They want to operate? Go to the TI's office, fill out the paperwork, get the license. Second of all, every car has to have the commercial insurance. Every driver has to pass a background check. That's not their background check. We have to pass the state's. Their drivers do not pass the background checks for the state of Alaska. We put rules in. No sex offenders, no assaults, no domestic violence on any of our drivers. We follow. We're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. One down, sir. Welcome back.
Good evening. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, Alfonso Martinez, already, you know, always my colors say I am the proud checker cab driver for 10 years plus. This is a good point this guy told right now about here, guys, everything, I understand the progress is beautiful. Progress is beautiful. The point here is, like I said, the guy, the manager for Uber say about the competition is perfect, pero equal. Competition equal. Because here, not only me, people with 20, 30 years, always we respect regulation. Always we respect the business. Me, like I told you the last meeting, I was there a lot of opportunity. 10, 8, 7 years ago. But always I understand the respect. Yes, something right now, a lot of my co-workers start to lose with you guys, with the city. Almost you call to us to the strike. And then we're going to stop everything here to see because we start to lose the respect. Because this one is still going over and over with excuse, like a free rice, it's going like a ready for how many months? If we need to still pay everyday money, if we lose business. We lose business every day, more and more, with this little excuse. I want to see one of the beautiful Uber sedan, one of these days in Bean Cafe, help the people there. Because we have a lot of problems, we have a lot of people. The cab business never will be going to die. I know for sure. But we need change. We need change. If this is the opportunity right now for the two big companies in town, like say Checker and Yellow, always I told to this guy, start to change how management is how do everything over there outside. Because I understand too, the people is tired, people make a complaint, I understand that one. But we need here, see the respect. Because I'm sorry guys, this is New York, this is Chicago, like somebody said before. This is Anchorage, Alaska. If we think a little different to Low 48, Uber or any another people don't will be going to come in here to do all these things right now. When people here for 10, 20, 30 years, we always respect you guys, city. Or what do you want to pretend to do? Tomorrow I can call 200 of my co-workers I have it behind. Everybody we can buy car. I know place I can buy car tomorrow. No one, no two, 3 or 4. But we need this one, respect under this one, because we have a lot of regulations. Year by year, we have a lot of regulations. Thank you for you guys, because you made all these things. I know, well, I think about almost my 3 minutes is over in this moment, but this is my point. Like say, equal. Okay, business for everybody. We are in America. It's beautiful. We progress, correct? Business for everybody, but equal. This is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Welcome back.
Hello. Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Lynette Marina Hines, and there's a diversity of people here, including the permit owners and their families, is the majority that's here. My daughter, Elizabeth Vanderway, is here with me. She's my youngest of 7, and I also have like about 8 or 9 grandchildren now. But as a cab driver for 34 years, I have fought for the drivers, and I'm not ashamed of that. I represented them as the president of the Anchorage Cab Drivers Association. And I'm not saying that we're in existence today because I'm not going to lie. But I see it as another driving option for the drivers after January 1st, it's going to be very bad out there. I don't see the owners dropping the leases. I didn't see them do that last year. I didn't see them do that 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when I was pregnant, 7 months, and I struggled. I struggled to make the rent because my husband just got out of jail, my first husband. And they didn't drop the leases. No. You pay it, or you don't drive the next day. I would like to see them lower the leases. And I support 2014, AO 2014-127S, AO 2014-135. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you, Mr. Evans and Ms. Dembowski, for all of your work and training, for listening to a minority here. But thank you very much, and I do appreciate all your efforts. I know that it would just be another option, like if somebody wanted to drive a school bus, if I wanted to drive something else. So that's what I see it as. I understand that the owners are here and they're going to say, I make no money, but for 34 years, they said that to you guys, the previous assembly members, the previous Transportation Commission members. I make no money. I make no money. I made no money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marino-Hins. Welcome back, sir.
Yes, I'm back again. Mark Marion, M-A-R-I-O-N, former Alaska Yellow Cab dispatcher. And I can tell you this. Anchorage customers have been asking for quality transportation service since 2001. Unfortunately, the current cab industry has not been able to provide that because of the fact they would rather, majority of the chauffeurs would rather sit at the airport and not pick up the customers. And that's been a problem. Uber provides a competition. It makes it so they actually have to go out and pick up fares, and they actually have to go out and serve customers. And that is, they don't like that. They don't like competition. They don't like having to go get the fares. Now, the other thing, since they like to say that their taxi cab permits are over 140,000, let's explain something here. None of them pay property tax. Since you don't pay property tax, your permits are worth nothing. Okay? You have to pay property tax in order for your permit to be worth something. So, therefore, since none of them pay property tax, unless they want to show a municipal property tax bill to justify that, their permits are worth absolutely nothing. Zero, since most of the permit owners didn't get their permits for the amount that they stated. They actually got them for way less than that, years and years ago. And all of a sudden, they all inflated. The truth is, their permits are probably only worth less than $1,000 if they went and cashed them out to the bank. So, now the other thing is, we also need to eliminate the subscription to dispatch. Uber charges a technology fee, which is similar to a dispatch fee. It's the same. Completely the same. The other thing is, by eliminating the Transportation Inspection Department, you save about $2 million city taxpayer dollars. Now, if these permit owners really want a value, why don't we send them a tax bill, and if they refuse to pay within 90 days, let's just repossess the permit. That would put about $5.4 million in the city's coffers.
Thank you very much, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. How are you? I don't know if there's any customers here, so I figured I'd come up and say a few words. First of all, I want to thank all the taxi drivers in Alaska. I know, I don't want them to think that their customers don't like them. I do come from the Lower 48, and I've only lived here for about 5 months, and I love it. But what I do love from the Lower 48 is we have options. And being in an industry as taxis, being able to just do whatever you want and have bad customer service, and it's a monopoly, and it's just not fair. I would never just say I would just take an Uber. I take taxis as well. But I think we need to have options as a customer, and customer service is extremely important, and it's just sad when I need to take a cab, and I think of Uber first because I feel safer, and the car doesn't smell, and I know I'll have a great conversation if needed, and I know I'm going to get there on time with a friendly service. I just think that here in Alaska, a lot of people don't have options because there aren't a lot of people. So I think coming from the lower 48s, I think everyone here just wants options, and Uber's just another good option. So.
Thank you, ma'am. We didn't catch your name.
Ruth Lopez.
Ms. Lopez, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Matthias Rydell, and I didn't really prepare a speech or anything like that. I just thought it was important to speak as a customer from both the taxi services and Uber. And as a customer, I have to admit that it's been one of those where taxi's always been there and it's always been available, and it's kind of just at one point it was all there was, and then Uber came along, and when it came along, I have to admit the first time I took it, I was kind of intrigued by it, but it was it's friendly, it was clean, they had waters in the back. I have to admit too that the prices were, they were significantly cheaper, which I thought was fantastic, of course. And it's just one of those, it's important, to have options, like Ms. Lopez over here said, it's important to have options. Competition breeds, it's better for the customer if you have competition. And I think that if taxi services were that great, then we wouldn't even be here today having this discussion, because Uber probably wouldn't exist, so we wouldn't have a need for it. So I'm just basically here to say that it's important that we have competition. I think it's what this country and industry itself is founded on, is to have options out there to be better than the others, and in the end, the customer is the one that wins. And I do want to add to it that I do feel bad. Hearing some of the stories on the taxi side is, I do feel bad for some of the people when they're saying they're losing business and it's hurting them financially. It's understandable, but it's one of those that it's gotten to this point because I guess at one point it was the only option. It is what was there, and they knew it, and you just start slacking at some point. So I think that this could be good for the taxi industry if Uber came along, or any other service, because it'd make them bolster up and start remembering what they first started doing this for.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. You can pull that microphone down so it's easier for him to read. You didn't have to stand.
Hello, my name is Rick Nelson. He says it may take a little bit longer for me than 3 minutes because I have to have somebody here to translate what I say. I was here 6 months ago. Complaining about accessible cabs. I'm not here for Uber, and I'm also not here for taxi cabs. I think they both need help. I still have to wait over an hour for a taxi cab, accessible one. I called tonight for one and there wasn't one available. I thought there was 5 new accessible cabs out there. Where are they? I tried Uber for the first time the other day. And I liked it.
But they don't have no cab.
But they don't have any accessible cabs. So here we go again. We're in the same situation.
But here they have the right
The people with disabilities in a wheelchair don't have the right access as a normal person.
But
I believe we need what?
More
cabs.
But everybody has
We need to do it so everybody has the same opportunity to get a cab, including those with wheelchairs. Say that one more time. If a cab driver wants to put on a taxi cab,
who
has the right ADA equipment?
Yeah.
They should have the ability to do it. They should be able to get a waiver and not have to get a permit. Because an accessible cab can cost upwards of $50,000.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. What was his name, sir?
Rick Nielsen.
Rick Nielsen. Thank you very much, Mr. Nielsen. Appreciate it. And thank you for your help, sir.
Okay, I'm Dean Paul. I'm an ex-owner, partner in a dispatch service here in Anchorage. You guys have some complicated issues. You know, Uber versus taxi cabs, very complex. But I do agree with Rick on the accessibility. I think it wasn't resolved in the last time that it was brought up, and I think we need to make sure that no matter what kind of transportation is out there, that we at least consider making sure it's accessible and that the wait time is no greater than that of a normal person. So what the solution is there, I'm not sure. I doubt you're going to find that solution tonight, but I think it still needs to be explored, and it is an important issue. Federally, there is an ADA requirement for that. Theoretically, maybe you can ask counsel. There could be a lawsuit involved if people were inclined, but it needs to be when you call for whatever type of service you're asking for, you should be able to call and ask for something accessible and not have to wait an extended period of time. I think that it's time that the municipality of Anchorage takes a hard look at this issue, maybe even singles this out as an issue that needs to be discussed and worked on, and comes up with a solution that's acceptable to the people in the municipality who have to have wheelchair rides.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Appreciate it. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Victor Paizola. Who wouldn't give Uber a glowing recommendation? Instead of paying $20, $25, they got a free ride. The representative of Uber, he said that it'll help hundreds of people start small businesses. Mr. Taylor, who soon followed them, said he bought a car especially to drive for Uber. This is not a ride share. This is a taxi company. This is my driver's license. I would like you to exempt me from the rules of that. Let me run stop signs, red lights. Let me pass in a no passing. Essentially, that's what you're doing with Uber. You're giving them a taxi license, but not letting them follow the rules of that taxi license. If it was a true ride share and a nurse was on her way to the hospital and she woke up and seen maybe a dental hygienist, her car wouldn't start and she gave her a ride, then that would be a ride share. One ride, she goes to work on the way home. If I heard people that were driving for Uber say they needed help with their car payment or their insurance or their gas, that would be okay too. But they want to start a taxi cab business. You guys have regulations for that. Most of all, I want to close, and I'll make it short, is that if you deny this to Uber, you know, he's a billionaire, maybe a multi-billionaire. He might have free rides for a year. Why give him what he wants? He's got all the money in the world to spend. Let him give free rides all of 2015. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Greetings, sir.
Good evening. My name is Adam Hagassi. I am a driver. I just came to tell you here, it's very sad. You seem to have two different laws. One law for the poor and law for the rich. I won't believe all the time law is justice and justice is law. You cannot change the rules and regulations because Uber is here. It's illegal. In fact, I was told Uber is supported by the federal government. And then I was told there are rich Arab families behind it. You need to go deeper and deeper into the case before you do any final analysis here. Capitalism is the best policy because capitalism is always supported by free enterprise, and free enterprise is supported by risk takers like my friends, the parent owners here. They have been doing it for years and years. That's why this country has propelled to be number one in the last 250 years. And you are here assembled to stop it, to kill it. You can't change because Uber is here. You can't change the law at all. If Uber want to do business, they have to obey by every law and order there is on the land here. Because they are billionaires and zillionaires, they show you, they flash you money and you can change the law. It's a shame. Shame. I'm going to finish to tell that I'm so ashamed because you are believing the law for the poor and law for the rich, and you favor the rich. Why? Why? If my best people that I admire, an American businessman, Sir William Buckley, if he walks in here, he will ask you why you are doing it, what you are doing, with this soft voice. One of the most soft-spoken people ever walked on the planet. Why are you changing the rules? Because there is Uber here. He will ask, and you should have an answer for him. You don't have an answer for me. You can tell him, get the hell out of here, I will get out. But for Sir William Buckley, you owe him an answer to his soul. It's a shame, absolute shame. If they want to operate here, they have to obey by every law there is on the land, from A up to Z. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is John Sims. I'm here on behalf of the Chugacki River Chamber of Commerce. I do have a number of individuals here with me from the Chamber. One of the best things about representing the Chugacki River Chamber of Commerce is typically they don't publicly state their opinions much, but our group and membership was passionate about this subject, so I'm here tonight. The Chamber would like to be on record noting the ongoing difficulty the Chugach-Eagle River community faces daily with inter- and intra-community transportation. As such, we are strongly encouraging the Anchorage Assembly support a pilot program for Uber. In its longstanding configuration, the taxi industry cannot serve residents in the outlying areas of Chugach, Eagle River, and Girdwood consistently or effectively. Under the current Title 11, it makes no sense for the cab industry to maintain a consistent presence in our community. We know it doesn't pencil out. Most taxis choose to stay in the Anchorage Bowl, and we understand this. However, we have a population of 35,000 with no reliable or convenient intra- or inter-community transportation. So again, the Chugach River Chamber strongly supports and encourages the Assembly to support a pilot program for Uber to address a market demand that is not being adequately addressed today. And, you do your searches online, you look at some of the other features and options that Uber has, some of the commerce perspectives, listening to Mr. Nelson's testimony about not having accessible rides, and there are some kind of niche markets that Uber has addressed in other cities, which is very fascinating from a commerce perspective. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Greetings, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is D.S. Hogan, and I'm an Anchorage resident and businessman here. And I own a business strategy firm, and I'm a big traveler, as I'm sure most of you are. I found myself debating this subject with friends just today, and I decided to show up and see what the discussions would be. Today we were discussing some aviation-related projects, and I'm a pilot, and I sometimes help with those businesses. And as some of you may be pilots, you're familiar with it. Lots of regulation, and I see that as I've studied this, you have a lot of regulation here on taxi cabs. Clearly nothing's been done yet. Decisions are being made, opinions are being taken. But what catches my attention about this, having been an Anchorage businessman and other businesses that the Muni regulates, I'm a little fascinated by the technology aspect. I myself have a CDL, although I don't use it to drive trucks or whatnot. But I see that there's a new service. They'd like to enter the market. I think that's wonderful. But simply creating an app and saying that you're just a technology provider, that's a bit of a stretch. If that's an acceptable argument, then I own part of a cigar store. I'd like to tear up my tobacco license and not pay you excise tax, set up an internet site, and say I'm just a technology provider delivering a package from the lower 48. I could do the same thing in aviation. I could set up a charter service, and I could fly aircraft with no Part 135 or Part 121 paperwork or maintenance. It's a little difficult to grasp this concept of it's different, but it's not. My primary concern with it is I downloaded the app, I gave it a shot. I thought, what a great idea. I like going to the airport. So what caught my attention was they advertise for hire. They are providing a service. They contract the driver, and they take the money. It's for hire. It's absolutely for hire. And I just hope that a lot of these regulations that you do have, some of which I think are good on the cabs, are carried over to the other service. I invite the other service. I think competition is good. Like to have some alternatives as well. But I don't think it should happen at the expense of a completely separate category with no accountability to the regulations. Personally, I wanted to emphasize the camera. I think that's very important. I also think there's some hard lessons learned on fare controls or price controls. I think those two aspects really need to be out there. So I just wanted to share those, being a frequent traveler and a businessman here.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan.
Hi, my name is Charlie Grimm. I'm the CEO of Bach Transportation. I am not a cab owner, but I'm in the transportation business. It's been a tough road to get to where we are. I've been in this forum here for quite a while, sometimes coming here with the transportation inspectors, with Mr. Evans and everybody else, and trying to help a rewrite that we did for 2 years for Title 11 with Mr. Trainee, Amy, everybody else we've talked to, Paul Hundeman, Ernie Hall. What I'm a little bit confused about, and Uber, I wish I would have came up with the idea. I wouldn't be here right now talking to you guys, but it's a great app. It's a great area. We all use technology. We use our phones, we use radios, we use everything. But what I don't understand, what I'm having a hard time understanding, is that we're not asking Uber to get a permit. We're not asking Uber to lay down and buy permits or try to be it. We're looking for regulation for the drivers. They are truly drivers. The same as my drivers that drive for me. They have to get chauffeur's licenses. They have to do the criminal background checks. For a driver to come to work for me, it is almost a week full of training before they get even on the road. And then when they do get on the road, they have to go with another driver that's a senior driver. Then they have to get checked off. We have airport badges. We are all of our drivers are custom certified. We're certified to go onto the bases. We work on the North Slope. We are more diversified. We have 5 handicap buses that we maintain. We do the hospitals. There's been a long road for us to get here. And Dick and those guys, we spent a lot of time rewriting Title 11. And now there's a technology company that comes in town, and they want the rules rewritten for them. I serve on several different boards, and one of the boards I served on, they talked to us the other day about it, and they told us that basically that since they're a technology company, that our rules don't apply to them. They're picking up somebody from point A to point B. I implore that we hire military veterans, we hire all the best possible people. Customer service should be one of our first things that we take care of. But safety should come over customer service. And if we don't have the safety inside there, not saying these drivers are unsafe for Uber, not saying they're unsafe for the taxi administration, we have to have regulation. Big Brother needs to have Big Brother over them. And they cannot regulate themselves. And they feel that they're a self-regulating system. I understand that if somebody does something or their cab drivers are not good, they can report them. But who reports to Uber? Who does Uber report to? There's nothing I see that they report to. Our transportation inspector had Uber on their app. They've kicked him off the app. He can't track them. He can't see what's going on with them. This is our own transportation inspector, just like our own police for our own people here that check us out. And if they don't do it, we're going to only run ourselves in more problems. It's just a matter of time before something happens to either party.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm.
You're welcome. Any questions?
I don't see any questions.
Okay.
Welcome, ma'am. You can pull that down and bend. There you go. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eliza Manrique. I am here today to represent my family. I have been riding in taxis for 11 years of my life, sometimes even alone. I have always felt safe. I don't know if any of you have children or grandchildren, but if they needed a ride to school, who would you call? Would you want to trust an app, or would you trust a human that will actually answer your phone call? I know in my class that when someone misbehaves, my teacher never bends or changes the rules. We are all treated fairly. I am against bending or breaking any rules for Uber. They should have cameras and follow all the rules as a regular taxi does. I don't know how long ago you all made these rules, but why should they change now? What is so special about Uber? Since you are making the decision, I hope you protect my safety. I have a lot of respect for all of you because I would like to serve my community one day just like you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manrique. I'm sorry, Mr. Horniman, she already sat down.
That's all right. I just wanted to know how she was. She did a really good job.
Yeah. Welcome, sir.
Scary sometimes. It was good. Yes. Follow the words. Did better than me. I'm scared to death.
Good evening, Assembly members. I am George Rendon, R-E-N-D-O-N, and I am former owner from the Anchorage Taxi Cab Company, plus 23 permits belong to the taxi cab company. The reason I have some recommendation for the assembly members to start. I start in the taxi cab business from 1974. And the first taxi permit I have to buy, and when the city of the Anchorage take over the release from the state of Alaska, the airport, we have a few airport taxi permits, and I have a chance to take 2 of those. That is the 3 taxi permits I start in this town. In those time, the taxi permit, the value is $250. Only you pay the fee to the transportation inspector in those time, Howry Smith. We pay only $250 for the permit. That is the rules we have from the municipality. After years, the city becoming to the taxi permits in Anchorage, and the top of the top after the city started to become in 1990s, the taxi permits coming to the value over to $91,000. That is ridiculous to the municipality. Anchorage because don't care, the municipality don't care for the drivers, and there no matter if we go to the welfare or we have problems to pay the rent because we don't make enough money to pay the expenses. I am disagree against to Hoover computer dispatch system because I suggest the assembly members forward very big consequence, an increase. That's okay? Okay, do you mind if I dropped the letter to right there? Because I like to have the whole assembly members.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Reading what I have right here to.
And if whoever would like to speak next, please come on down. Don't be shy. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Noah Ransom, and I just have something to share with you guys. Now, that is the article in this morning's paper about that Pat Abney had put in about the Uber and the taxis. I don't know if you guys have read it. Some of you guys are nodding that you read it. But she touched up on it. Level playing field. That's a big thing. I think the drivers wouldn't really care about it if there was a level playing field. I mean, they're saying they're running free rides. I do not believe that personally. Who's paying for that gas money? Who's paying for the insurance cost? Earlier, a guy came up and said his rates were cheaper. Rates, key word. I thought the rides were free. Safety. In the early 80s, late 80s, early 90s, 6 cab drivers got murdered with robberies. I believe right after that, we had started looking into putting in cameras. Uber does not have cameras. So when something happens to their drivers, let's say a couple of months ago we had an incident where the driver, someone had claimed rape. We had a camera, nothing happened. What's going to happen to that Uber driver? How are customers supposed to feel safe when the car is not labeled? I saw a car, had a license plate that said Uber. I don't know if it was an Uber car, probably was. Black car, tinted windows, could not see the driver, could not even see through the front windshield. If I was a customer, I don't think I'd be getting in that car. How are they supposed to know who exactly their driver is? An app? Taxi cab, we have a chauffeur license clearly placed, and if they do not, there is a fine. Now, I don't know, Uber, I don't think they even have the driving license displayed to say who they are. Pretty much you're getting in a car with a stranger. When I was growing up, stranger danger. Customer complaints is a big deal. Taxi cab drivers can get fined for complaints. If someone wants to complain about an Uber, what do? Post it online? The Uber driver's going to go, oh, I'm not going to get fined, nothing's going to happen. It's a free ride.
Thank you, sir.
All I got to say is insurance. Who's going to pay for it?
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Kerry Webb, and I'm here just as a local citizen, resident of the state of Alaska. And I didn't come to speak. I just came actually to observe. But I just want to say that I think that no matter which service you have, whether it's Uber, whether it's the Taxi Cab Association, I think that it all should be a level playing field, because I want to know that whether I get in a taxi cab or whether I get in an Uber vehicle, that the regulation applies to each one. It's just like if I go to Alaska Regional or Providence, I want to make sure that, the rules apply evenly, just like at an airline. So all airlines follow the same rules. So I think that it would be best for everyone. You can always pick which service you like. That's the freedom of choice. But I do think that the field should be level. Everyone should follow regulations. We all grew up following some sort of regulation, and I think that it should apply here the same.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Greetings, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ryan. Last name is Fries. As a former municipal employee, I'm in support of Uber. I'm in between jobs at the moment, and right now is going to be, have not been driving yet. I'm waiting for the background check and all the proper documentation. Just as Mr. Honeman mentioned earlier on Title 9 and 10, it's a contract between the driver and the customer. Uber is a technology-based. It is not in agreement assigning customers to specific cars for any specific reason. It's all freedom of choice. I think the Assembly's best interest is to address things that need to be more efficient, and I see that as a possibility here. Pretty much all I wanted to say was I'm in support of it, and I think the Assembly members' best interest would be to look at the hard facts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fries. Welcome, sir.
Hi. My name is Ajit, A-J-E-T. Last name is Minhas, M-I-N-H-A-S. I started driving cab in this city in 1986. And the cab have came long way. Safety, safety, and safety. We remember that when there was no chauffeur license hanging there. They changed that. Then they put the cameras in. I remember that days when cab drivers got killed, we put cages in there. Then after that, we changed to put it, whatever that satellite system in the cabs. I don't drive cab anymore. I am a business right now, but I still own a cab permit. So I'm a little biased for that. You want to bring Uber over here, that's fine with us, but have the same thing, but we do. We do go through drug testing. I remember that. Things change, Mr. Dumasky say something about marijuana not be opening over here. I remember we running over there in the middle of the night, you give a drug test. And we go give the drug test. What rules and laws applies to the they're going to have a chauffeur license, they're going to have insurance the same we carry, the safety, like the kid said, when she gets in the car, do she know who this guy is? And I remember that, rules change for other people. And I remember when the camera came in over here, when they take the picture and give you a ticket, Mr. Trini got a ticket, and everything changed after that. So this is what happens, this is two different things. Yeah, the camera right 9th and 8th Street, I remember that, when they used to do that. But anyway, the thing is, if they're going to come over there, they're going to play with us, then you have to be the same, get a chauffeur license, get a right insurance, and go through the transportation inspection, like the other cabs go every 6 months, 3 months, how many mileage on it, and this, I buy a new car and then go through that, so it's not the same thing. So if they're going to play with that, they're going to have it with the same things. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez. Welcome back, sir.
Yes, my name is Dave O'Malley, and I just want to basically talk to Assemblyman Peterson. Now, if insurance companies are not dropping Uber drivers' personal insurance from anywhere from Maine to Southern California, Miami to Seattle, what makes you think they may start it here? I have the same insurance for the last 15 years, my homeowner's insurance. All 3 of my children have their car insurance with the same insurance company. They are not going to drop me because I'm driving for Uber. So I wish you weren't trying to push down. They can say whatever they want, but you should know better. And I also want to say, Uber is improving every aspect of the taxi business. It's an improvement for the drivers, it's an improvement for safety, and basically it's going to be an improvement for Title 11, when hopefully the whole thing is rewritten. So Uber is insured, you know it, they gave you all their insurance documents, it's well, publicized. Unless you know something different, no Uber drivers are losing their personal insurance. Do you know something different? Can he produce proof? Of course, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the reason I was asking whether he had informed his insurance company that he was driving for hire is because they would probably increase his rates on his insurance because
Has that happened?
He was a commercial operator.
Okay, folks, we're not in debate.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, unless you could show something that happened, because it hasn't been happening anywhere in the country, so I don't know why it may happen here. Unless you really have a little more reason, we don't need to be passing that kind of doubt around, because it's not happening. So let's settle right there. Uber's heavily insured. The drivers are heavily insured. Drivers are not losing their personal insurance, and let's leave it there, unless you know something different. Okay. Well, that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley.
Okay.
Greetings, sir.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Mazin Alimi. Been driving for 20 years here in Anchorage Metro Bowl, and I got kind of concerned and frustrated about this Uber coming in town. It's affecting my livelihood here. I've been driving for 20 years, and that's not good, And I just want to make it short, please don't let these guys operate in town. Imagine how you guys going to feel if somebody like Uber come to you and said to you guys, you're going to be all changed by Uber tomorrow, so how you would feel, So same, it hurts to us, to everybody here, all the drivers. So if you guys do that, that's not going to be good. So please don't open the Pandora box, how they call it, so everything go in the air. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Ryan Kennedy. Under the current code, new permits can be issued if an inquiry into public convenience and necessity is requested. And I did make that request, the transportation inspector, under current code, anyone can request a inquiry into public convenience and necessity. And so I did that, and transportation inspector Musser simply told me that that was not going to happen. So he's like defying the law. And so I would like to invite Mr. Musser here to explain why he's defying the law. And also, and it really does make the point of why this ordinance is necessary, because if these people are defying the law and there's no mechanism to issue new permits, what's going on here? So I would, Mr. Musser, if you could come up here and explain why you won't.
Mr. Kennedy, that's not your purview. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have
all right.
anything else
Well, that's all I had to say is that I would like the transportation inspector to obey the law and honor my request for.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Hussein Abdallah. I been working as a cab driver for over 20 years. And over the year, I noticed too many changes with rule and regulation, and I was really happy. We got to the point, basically we got everything. Safety, insurance, everything we need. So I never understand not to comply with the city code, not to obey the rule, not to have any safety and security, not to have any adequate insurance coverage. So why all this royal treatment to Uber? Because Uber is a big, huge, super rich corporation, or because Uber is outsider company trying to get into the local market and destroy our livelihood. 21st century technology. Our local dispatch service company are fully computerized, including the app which Uber is bragging about. The app in Yellow Cab is fully working, and the system is fully computerized. So I can't imagine what the comparison, how to compare. We are hurt. We like you to focus and get your mind and I ask the respected member of the Assembly to say no to Uber and stand firm with the local people and community of Anchorage. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. We're detecting an odd smell that may mean to have a small electrical fire. So rather than have chaos, we just want to check that out before we continue, okay? We'll be right back. If members, yeah. Members, please take their seats. Call this meeting back to order.
Wrong house.
If you're still waiting to speak to us, I encourage you to take a seat near the front of the room. And just for the information of the body and all our fans out there, in consultation with the clerk's office, chambers are available Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. So if we don't finish up the public hearing tonight, I'm going to ask for a motion to continue our meeting to 6 p.m. on Thursday, this Thursday. Yeah, but in this case, you won't get to testify a second time. So with that, please join us if you have things you wish to tell us about. Sir?
I'm John Henderson. I drive for Taylor Leasing for 10 months. Before that, I was in engineering for 42 years. And we talked about safety. The first thing, every meeting we had was about safety. And his question about insurance, I called Geico today and asked them that if you're using your personal car and your personal driver's license without any special thing like a chauffeur license, and if we added a $1 million liability insurance policy to that, is that going to cover our personal personal insurance, car insurance? And she said that if they turn a claim in, we would deny it unless it was a commercial insurance policy. And on another note, I've only been driving cab here in Anchorage, like I said, 10 months, and I had to get a background check, a physical, fingerprinted, mugshot, and, a taxi driver is like the third most dangerous job in the U.S. Number one is policeman, two is fireman. And we put our lives on the road every day to transport your citizens, and I think that one of these Uber drivers, have they ever come to get fingerprinted, mugshot, background check? It's it's like a felony where you lose your citizenship, because you have to put your body on and your life on the job every day. So I just all these taxi drivers, I love them because they did what I did and I did what they did. So what I'm saying is even playing field. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Welcome, sir.
Okay, I've got a couple of short statements here and then a question for you. Every one of these people who has a cab that has a permit, they purchased from you with a guarantee, a promise to them of a contract, that there's only so many permits, that's always going to be sold by the municipality. So you have a firm and binding contract with every one of them. There's been plenty of times that they've attempted to advocate more permits to be issued because there's not enough cabs to go around. Not everybody's being served, but there was a tremendous complaint against them because you would water down the value of the big investment that people had to put into to get one. So then comes along Uber, apparently, to come up with an idea to try to service everybody and apparently undermine the value of these permits that you've issued already. So you have a contract with these people. Every one of them that's a cab driver, you have a contract with them. It would appear to me that every cab driver should have a cause of action against the municipality for not protecting their right to continue that. And if you're going to have Uber or anybody else come in and do that, like they say, they would have to invest the same, and they would have to go under the same regulations, and they would have to be bound by the same requirements that you have for every permit driver. And that's what I had a question was, is it a problem with the municipality because they're under the pressure, they can't issue more licenses because it devalues everybody else's permits? Or is it because Uber is attempting to take away from the cab drivers what you've already guaranteed them under the contract that they have? Thank you.
Welcome back, sir.
Yes. Arben Lina, I've been a cab driver and operator of cabs for about 22 years now. And I'd like to make some comments here, and thank you for listening to me tonight, fellow assembly members. I want to make a particular comment on today's paper, what I ran across about Assemblywoman Ms. Demboski's comments on how she wants to introduce an ordinance concerning the recently passed initiative about marijuana. Anyway, on how she wants to introduce an ordinance that she says, let city wait and see how the state handles the recently passed voter initiative to make marijuana legal to possess and for licensed dispensaries to operate. Ms. Demboski states on the article that the city should wait and see approach. She states Anchorage isn't going to be a guinea pig for commercial marijuana. Ms. Demboski also thinks the city should operate under abundance of caution. Well, too many unknowns come with a rulemaking process, she states. Well, what about Uber's operations, Ms. Demboski, Mr. Training, as you are also the co-sponsor? Are you flip-flopping here? I don't understand. Okay, well, anyway, if no is your answer, there are too many unknowns with Uber's operation. No insurance on cars. Yes, they have a company called James River, and they're probably based out of Cayman Islands. So go and collect. There's ample evidence that they do not cover and they do not pay because they say they're not a transportation service. And I will get back with the rules that they have. They have a 43-page legal before they send you one of their ride sharing. They're not a ride sharing service. They're a taxi service. Well, anyway, no insurance on cars, as I stated, no physicals on drivers, and oh yeah, and also, who do you make the contract with, driver or Uber? Who's responsible when problems arise, like accidents, and you stated that yes, us cab drivers rape, that's the reason why we got cameras on that work session? No. Surcharges, etc. I like to read Uber's contract, before what customers get to accept their app service. And Mr. Steele, at the last work session at City Hall, asked the Uber local manager, who do the customers make their contract when they initiate one of their app service? And he was very evasive. As the manager of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, he should know, but I'll read you, Mr. Steele, that contract. The company does not provide transportation service, and the company is not a transportation carrier. It's up to third-party transportation provider, driver or vehicle operation to offer transportation services, which may be scheduled through use of the application or service. The company offers information and method to obtain such third-party transportation services, but does not intend to provide transportation services or act in any way as a transportation carrier, and has no responsibility or liability for providing to you by such third party.
Sir, I am sorry.
Thank you.
Everybody 3 minutes.
Thank you for the extra time. I thank you. And I urge you not to give them an MOU tonight. Mr. Training, Mr. Demboski, think it
Thank you very much for your passionate testimony, sir.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, sir. I'd never been involved in the city government before, I guess, last month or so. The main reason I'm testifying it today, Mr. Peterson, you are my hero. You ask the only question, the one I'm always asking that driver, that did he told his insurance carrier that he is driving for Uber. You are my hero, sir. And the other, it looks like we are fighting a last battle to me, because I can name even 3-4 members who I know. I can write it down right now. They're going to vote against us. If you want me, I can mention their names, but I know at least 4 of them or 3 of them. I can say for sure, but same with the insurance company. We have $2,049 I'm going to have to pay next month. Each permit each car Uber put it, that's equal to each taxi cab. Why they don't put $2,049 for it? The same like we do. At least Uber might be a great service, I don't know. Could be a great service, but give us an equal playing field, or at least. How you want us to compete it? We have all the regulation, they don't. How are we going to compete it? And forget about the last 30 permits, city sold it for the money, go to the city treasury. Why nobody mentioned those permits money to pay this back? Those taxpayers are not paying back. We pay that money to the city just simply return that money to us, because we pay for those permits. And other permits also, they are all sold with the city consent and everything. So nobody even mentioning those, that we just lost that money, I guess. That's what my understanding is. That's how it's, because the people who most supported, Mr. Trainee, my assembly member, I never forget him. He's the one I voted for. I never regret my vote more than I vote for Mr. Trainee. He already left. He don't even want to listen to me. I know that. He saw me last time. I never regret my vote. Then that whatever happened to this, that's a different thing. But give us at least a playing level field, or at least. If I'm paying $2,049, except that $70 or $80 or $90,000 I paid before, why they can't pay it? Why they can't have the same regulations we do? Why they can't have cameras in the cars? All these drivers who are eager to go from cab, all these are ex-cab drivers. Why they're so eager to go over there? Because they can smoke marijuana over there. There is no drug test.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Greetings.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. My name is Rolando Turalba. I'm in cab business for 32 years, taxi operator, driver, and dispatch operator. I'd like to say this. Assembly, don't let Uber to control you. Let's do your job for being assembly. I'm in this business, and I could see a lot of drivers, they've been stuck this business for several years, and they invest their money and time in the taxi industry. Now, if you let Uber to take away their livelihood, it's not fair, because the driver here, they dedicated themselves to drive every day for several years and make income, and it's very dangerous job. I don't think that this job you're going to recommend to your kid, your grandson, but this job that we're already doing it and we continue to doing it, if you guys, we could see your support. Like I said, don't let Uber to control you. Let Assembly do their job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Back again.
Good to see you, sir.
I'm going to make it quick. I'm not a cab driver. I'm not with Hoover, but I am a customer every once in a while. The number one thing I look for is dependability. Will they get here on time to pick me up? Will they get me from point A to point B with my luggage? And then I think about the cost. after I pay the taxi driver. That's the only time and while I'm in the car, also I think about safety. Does the seatbelts work? Oh my gosh, he went through a red light. You know, I think about that while I'm inside. So, but tonight it's been very enlightening. I'm starting to think that you guys need to catch up with technology. You guys have to start saying, well, let me see, maybe the playing field needs to be level. Maybe we need to look at this closely, you know, because right now these working stiffs that are trying to support their families, they're under the gun because technology is burying them. You guys, you're the ones. We're not going to blame them or Hoover. We're going to blame y'all. Wait till y'all run for mayor. Wait till we vote. And that's the only way to get things corrected, because your opponents are going to bring this up. And when hey, y'all listen to AM radio, I'm on it. I'm on it. Wait till you guys get on the radio, because I want to pump you guys with questions. You know, somebody's got to keep you guys up to par. What's wrong with you guys? Why has it gotten to this mess? You know? Well, anyway, that's what I had to say. I was listening to everything, and that's my comment. You all have a good night.
You too. And your name once more.
My name's Ed Larrabee. Ed Larrabee.
Thank you, Mr. Larrabee.
Have a good night.
We will.
Kevin Rustin, I'm a driver for Yellow Cab. I don't doubt the sincerity of everyone up here trying to improve the service, and you do have a tough job. It's not easy. It's not easy on this end. I'm positive it's not easy on your end. But this is a system that the city created. The city fathered this child, and in some way you're abandoning it right now. I have no way of judging what the future is going to hold. I'm not a prophet. But I would say the best way of judging the future is by examining the past. And if you examine in areas where Uber and rideshare companies have gone in, it's been broken promises and a broken system. They've shown nothing but contempt for your authority. They came up, they didn't lobby to change the laws beforehand, and this has been their method of operation around the world, not just here. They've ignored your cease and desist orders. How they can come up here and then all of a sudden say, we look forward to working with you, and keep a straight face is quite a talent. Once you ride that tiger, you may find that you will not be able to stay on. Do not trust them. They will deceive you, and they are nothing but liars and thieves. There is no doubt in my mind that they realize that it's not an innovation. They didn't invent the phone. They didn't invent GPS, and the business plan is nothing but greed and envy. You have it, I want it, you worked for it, I want it for free. That's as old as Cain and Abel. There's nothing new here. It's just somebody wanting to come in and play for free. You created this system. It's hard to fix. We know everybody wants to service the outlying areas, a better handicap service, better all over service, and there's nothing wrong with wanting that. But it should be by rules and regulations. Deregulation has been the third worlding of the United States. Don't let it happen here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mary Cameron, and I've been a taxi driver for about 3.5, 4 years. I just would want to say that I don't think Uber is a good idea. I think it's unsafe, and you guys should have a really big decision in front of you right now, so I do not envy you. But yeah, if you let Uber stay, I do believe that everybody could start coming up with these apps, you know, and then where are we going to be with these apps all over the place? And we have Title 11 in place for a reason, so that's a lot to consider. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? you do wish to speak, we have some seats in front, so you can be right here when the time comes. Welcome, sir. Welcome back, sir.
Will Merritt, Merritt. I see this Uber experiment as pretty inevitable, but you're going to have to listen to all of us probably. And you know, Uber really has, or the company backing them, Google, has some grander ambitions. They've taken pictures of every place and every city that I know of in North America. I look at little towns in the middle of nowhere in Mexico. There's people I know stand on the street corner. I mean, their associates have an autonomous vehicle which has already driven 500,000 miles without a driver. We may all just be obsolete soon enough. Being that said, though, this is a certain stage where we're not in autonomous vehicles, and it seems to me a little oversight is required. I'm not sure how that would be achieved, but this idea sounds like a way it could be worked out. I hope it's not exclusive to the Uber Corporation alone, because what they're offering technology-wise is pretty limited, and things that are off the shelf, credit card, location apps, stuff like that. What they are offering here, though, is an enormous pool of money to enter this market, which makes our local taxi cartel a very small player compared to their big game. So anyway, I just do believe a little oversight is required. You know, some things though Uber does it maybe better. I believe when we present, I used to drive cab, present our state trooper printout for criminal history, I think it's only Alaska. And Uber looks at your national thing. But, you know, still there's nobody to call back to. It goes back to the machine. And you know, these guys point about being like a taxi service. Well, it's pretty much like that. Of course, they use smartphones only. Every young person I know has a smartphone, except my daughter, who dropped hers in the lake. But she'll get another one soon enough. You know, so there's their market. But, you know, the other thing, a guy that was selling a house next door to me, he was in Chicago. He didn't know it had anything to do with the cab business, and he was going, wow, the service was so good. They always come in 5 minutes. I can see on the app right where they are. I mean, they are delivering a fine product in most of the cities I know of where they work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Greetings.
Good evening. I'm Susie Smith, permit owner. Thank you for your attention tonight. It is a hot topic, and first I'd like to start out with saying why we have Title 11. We have Title 11 for consumer protection and public safety, and both of those are paramount and reasons for what you guys are up against right now. And I also like to point out that, you know, they're here tonight saying that they want to work with the city, but you guys are all aware of what has taken place to have them stop their operation. They had no, you know, they were confronted by the municipality, the transportation officer, well before they even stepped foot in the city of Anchorage to talk to them and discuss the rules and regulations that we have in place and discuss how, you know, they could fit into place. And they had no desire to work with him or any of you until now that they've got your attention and they're trying to make their own rules. I really caution you on that. They're no different than a dispatch company. They are dispatching a call, whether they are getting a phone call or they're getting an app registered to them to then give to a driver. They're nothing different than a dispatch company. And for us to make new regulations and new rules is absolutely ridiculous. Now, if they don't want to apply for a dispatch license, then that's their problem. The cars that they're operating with are no more than a taxi cab. And if those drivers don't want to go and apply for a permit, just like the rest of us, then that's their problem. But we shouldn't be changing rules for them. They're no different than a taxi service. Whether they want to call themselves a technology company or whatever they want to call themselves, they are a dispatch company, and the cars that are operating are no more than a taxi cab. Point A to point B operation is a taxi cab. That's how it is, the language in our title. Now, I caution you all to make the right decision. We don't need to change. You know, I appreciate your article today on marijuana. Quite honestly, I'm in favor of the same philosophy that you are, which is what I've been asking for this assembly all along. Just because they're in 200 cities doesn't mean they need to be here. They have ramrodded their way into 200 cities. They've only been in operation for 4 or 5 years, and things have been happening since then. And the insurance, Don't kid yourself. Their insurance, you've already heard now from 2 drivers that drive for Uber that said they have their regular insurance. Neither one of them said they have commercial insurance. And let me tell you, their insurance policy only takes effect when the primary coverage has been maxed out. If they have no commercial insurance, when they have a claim, and if and when, because it's going to happen, you guys, and if you pass this MOU that gives them 3 months, 6 months, however many months, because there's holidays and all these things, you are putting the city at risk, all the citizens of Anchorage at risk, with no insured commercial operations out there. Please do not pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Anybody else? Mr. Brennan? Come on down, folks. There's seats in front, so when your opportunity comes, you'll be right there. Welcome back, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. I'm Jim Brennan, representing ATPOA and both the taxi cab dispatch companies in Anchorage. We had anticipated more of a public process by the ad hoc Transportation Committee of the Assembly. We had expected there would be several meetings. Instead, there was one. And in that one meeting, there was public testimony taken at the tail end of the meeting. At the very beginning of the meeting was passed out, for the first time was distributed, the Anchorage Ordinance 135S, Mr. Evans' ordinance, which we didn't have a chance to look at and digest before we testified. So this is our first chance to testify on that. Now, the S version of 135 deletes substantial sections that were contained in the original version of 135 sponsored by Mr. Evans. The original version would have required Uber to adhere to at least some of the standards to which taxi cabs are held. Why were these things deleted? Evidently, Uber didn't like these requirements and persuaded the sponsor to remove them. Some of the provisions which the S version removed from the original versions were acknowledgement that TNCs compete with the regulated taxi cab industry. That's removed from the S version. A statement that the purpose of the ordinance is to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of all users sharing the public roads in the municipality and of all passengers who entrust their safety to unknown drivers and vehicles. That was removed. Removed a provision that said it was to ensure that fair competition among all providers of transportation services for remuneration. That was removed. Why was this language removed? Is the sponsor no longer interested in public safety and ensuring a level playing field among competitors? Other things that were removed are requirement of all that Uber vehicles adhere to all equipment and mechanical standards applicable to taxi cabs. Remove the requirement of video surveillance cameras. Remove the requirement that TNC vehicles bear vehicle markings so that the transportation inspector can see who they are. Remove the prohibition against driving for more than 12 hours during a 24-hour period. Remove the requirement that a TNC driver not refuse to transport a customer who requested a destination within Anchorage. Remove the requirement that the TNC have a representative physically present in Anchorage. Remove the requirement that the TNC provide the transportation inspector with rider accounts and information. Remove the requirement that the TNC driver provide the customer with an estimate of the fare, which would then be affirmatively accepted by the customer and could not be exceeded by more than 10%. I'm only getting started with what was removed. And the question is, what was the problem here? It was already an unlevel playing field that Uber had obtained. They wanted an even more unlevel playing field. Why should you give that to them?
You made it for Mr. Brennan. We intend to continue the public hearing on that item to March for some more work on Mr. Evans' ordinance. So
on Mr. Evans' ordinance, it'll be continued till
March.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Choke. I am a permit owner. I am here to urge you to stand by Title 11, the rewrite that you guys did less than a year ago. I believe that the Title 11 is there for the safety of our community. I know a lot of people are concerned with customer service, and I can tell you that for every bad dispatcher out there, there are 5 good drivers who are doing the best they can and providing the best customer service that they can. I believe that safety is the #1 priority of Title 11, in my opinion. I believe that Uber should have cameras in their cars. I believe that they should be overseen by an unbiased party, that, you know, the compliance issues with the insurance, with the records, that it's not all handled in-house with them, but that someone else can go through and make sure that they're complying. A few weekends ago, my dad's night driver picked up someone who was involved in a burglary or theft or whatever, and APD called dispatch. Dispatch called my father at midnight and said, we need your car, we need to pull the chip so we could watch what happened and see who it was. Who's APD going to call when Uber picks somebody up and there's no camera for them to see what happened? So again, I urge you to keep the safety of the community in your minds when deciding on this issue, and stand by Title 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Balwinder Gautam. I'm a cab owner and a permit owner for over 20-some years in the city of Anchorage. And I want to say one simple thing. When we get a permit renewal application, I go down to the TA's office, and there's a whole bunch of information I have to write down: my name, my address, my social security number, and all the other important information that needs to be renew my permit. Now, I just want to make a simple point here by saying that, and I also have to do my criminal background check for 10 years. That makes me that I'm clean. I have no prior conviction or any criminal record. That application can be approved by the TI then. Now, the only thing I'm a little concerned with this Uber services, their drivers, they're not required to do any of those. Now, I could be a illegal alien coming from the border, get a car or get a driving license somehow, and I can work for them. I don't have to be a citizen. I don't have to have any proof to show them who I am, except I have a car, I have a license, and I have insurance, and all those things do not require to show me that I'm a legal citizen of this country or not. So basically, Uber is operating in 200 cities. I don't think they have any record of these people. Are they legal to work in this country? Like I was legal when I came, and I had to go by the law to become a citizen of this country and go by all the regulation that the city or the assembly has on the taxi cab industry. And they don't have to do none of that. Aren't you kind of giving them a free ride for the illegal aliens to go and work for Uber? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Sloan Unwin. I'm with Alaska Yellow Dispatch. Can I give these to you to be distributed?
Sure.
Okay. So I've been sitting here for a while trying to figure out something new to say. But you guys know what the issues are. We've said them last time, we've said them this time, Uber said their piece, we've said our piece. And it's basically the same things. Unfair competition, because I am for competition, most people are. But I want competition that I can actually compete in, not be simply steamrolled by a company that doesn't have to follow the same rules. Safety we've covered, the insurance. And it's not that their insurance won't cover them, it's that their insurance won't pay if they get in an accident. They're going to let you pay your monthly fee right up until the point where they have to write you a check. That's when it's going to stop. The packets that I've given out to you guys have quite a few articles in there on tech companies, because tech companies judge other tech companies in Silicon Valley, right? One of the things they pride themselves on is being a disruptor of established business. That's a real good thing if you're a tech startup and you've disrupted something. You can run around and tell all your buddies and be real proud about it. A couple of the articles in there, the other tech companies are looking at Uber going, what are you guys doing? You're going too far. Napster went too far, they got shut down. Uber is going too far, and that looks like where they're headed. If you take a look at what they did, one of their executives, who testified, or didn't testify, he was in a meeting or a dinner party, something like this, where it was sort of formal but sort of informal, and he was kind of confused about the rules, but there's a reporter sitting in front of him. And he said, hey, it'd be a good idea if we took $1 million and we paid people to look up and get as much dirt as we possibly could on the reporters that don't like us, and use that to get them to stop writing bad things about us. Well, the reporter that was sitting in front of him didn't really like that idea and wrote about it, and then told the reporter that he referenced specifically about it. She's got a 7-page rebuttal in that packet. She got it while she was at a dinner party in London when the guy called her for comment. And her first thoughts, according to her article, were, oh no, my family is half a world away, and a multi-billion-dollar company has threatened them. How do I get out of London, get home, and find my children? That's kind of a chilling thought when an executive of a multi-billion-dollar company's bright idea is to blackmail those that oppose them. Oh, here's another one. Let us do surge pricing. If you guys want, think that's a real good idea and it's going to get more people out of part-time, let us do surge pricing. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Anybody else? Don't be shy, folks.
Good evening, guys. I wasn't going to get up and talk. I've been up 19 hours. I drove today. But I'll have to check with Mr. Muser. Might be over my 19 hours allowed to work, being I've been here. But anyway, a few things. Mr. Peterson, don't let O'Malley bully you. You should have asked him if he informed his insurance company that he's driving for Uber, because I bet he hasn't. Because when I drove delivering pizzas, my insurance company did not like that. But anyway, Title 11 was rewritten a year ago for safety. And this seems to be the big thing. If you're going to give these guys an exemption, I'd like to know what's behind that. Everyone that got up here talked about a level playing field, and that's what we need. If Uber really wants to get into business, they just authorized three permits are going to go up for bid next month in Eagle River, so they can bid on those three permits and operate out of there. I was up at Checker Cab. Mike Thompson has the app. We watched it for half a day. No Uber cars in Eagle River, just like the cabs. I have a question, though. If we're going to give them a pilot program, I guess, Mr. Trainee, pilot programs are usually given with an end goal. What is the end goal? We know they can operate. They can operate without regulation. Is that the end goal? Of course they can. A couple of guys came out and they said, oh, their fares are cheaper. How do they know their fares are cheaper? So are they getting paid? They're not supposed to take tips, but I've heard a couple of my drivers say they've seen them exchanging money, so I assume that was tips. But I don't have to take up too much time. I wasn't going to get up tonight, but anyway, I just wanted to make a few points. So Uber can bid on those Eagle River trips if they like. They're going to go up for bid next month. That's it. That's an idea for them.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, sir.
Back again. Hopefully this time I don't choke up.
And your name, sir, to start, please.
Yeah. Sometimes I would like to say, hey, how much money would it take me to buy 3 extra minutes? Because sometimes 3 minutes is not enough to say what we actually really would like to say, you know. See, I'm already forgetting. But no. Okay, Uber has been talking about this and that, and, you know, they're already talking about like if they are going to be working in the city. And they have talked about insurance, which we don't know about their insurance. But one thing they have not talked about, they have yet to show proof of a natural permit. Like the one I have. You know, it's taken me 30 years to get, you know, it took me a little bit shorter, but I have been in the business for that long anyways. These people are just showing up, breaking the laws, you know, breaking all the rules and making us feel like we don't mean anything. And yesterday, I think it was today, I saw a little note on the computer coming from Mr. Bill Evans saying that the cab industry is overreacting and overblowing the presence of Uber. You know what, Mr. Bill, it is a big deal. It is definitely a big deal because as a young man, I started driving a cab, and one day finally I realized that I was going to be a cab driver for a long time because I like the independent nature of the business. And I went to a transportation office to get a permit, and they told me that I couldn't get one which is considered a nominal fee at $750. Now, they told me that I had to go and actually get one from an individual owner. And when I tried that, I found out that it was going to cost me $40,000 or $45,000 at the time. So I couldn't buy one. It took me like 10 years before I was able to accumulate that much money. Finally, I couldn't really do it right away. By the time I bought the first one, it was like $65,000. And here we got Uber now. You know, I see it as a threat. Definitely I do. Why? Because they're doing the same thing that we do. And what's the outcome of that? What's the result going to be? My permit is going to be worthless. Never mind the permit price. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about my livelihood, about, you know, whether I'm going to be able to make enough money to sustain the business. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's really, you know, as much as we try to get you to understand us, all of us, I don't think we're going to be able to. For some reason, I got this feeling that
Thank you, sir.
it's a little bit complicated.
Yeah, could you remind us?
Okay. But anyways, don't let them be here.
Thank you, sir.
They must go.
Anybody else? All right. Public hearing is now closed. First, Mr. Evans, do you want to make your motion on item 14N, please?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I would like to postpone public testimony or further action on item 14N until our meeting of March 24th.
Second.
It's been moved. Press the buttons, please. Well, we're going to have an S version of that, so we'll have a new public hearing. So if you'd please press your buttons, Mr. Evans and Ms. Demboski. Is there objection to that motion?
Mr. Brown, I'm still here.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Appreciate the reminder. Thanks for hanging with us. N to March 24, was it? 24. Okay, that motion is approved. Oh, actually, we'll vote on that real quickly. So, Ms. Gray Jackson, would you please give us your vote?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And whom am I waiting on? There we are. Very good. And that carries unanimously. That brings us back to 13A. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, move 2014-127S.
Second.
Press your buttons, please. It's been moved and seconded. I know Mr. Hall has a comment. Did you want us to have some opening comments, Mr. Trainee, or shall we get rolling?
I've got an amendment that I passed out to everybody from Mr. Waiter. I want to move the amendment and craft it into the S version.
Second.
Okay, there's
I
actually,
can read it for you if you'd like, Mr. Chairman.
well, there are two.
There are two.
So if you could just move the first one first and then summarize it.
The first one, this is on 127S. Amendment 1 shows enforcement of the MOU by the Transportation Inspector is to include citation, suspension, and termination of drivers utilizing procedures and penalties substantially similar to those in Title 11. Number 2, I can go through these if you'd like.
That's sufficient. The point that it's mirroring Title 11, I think, is a crucial point. Okay, does everyone have a chance to review Amendment Number 1? Mr. Hall, was your comment on Amendment Number 1, sir? Okay. So with that, please proceed to vote on Amendment Number 1. It was Ms. Demboski was the second. Ms. Gray Jackson, how do you vote on Amendment Number 1?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm waiting on... Okay. And that carries unanimously. That brings us to amendment number 2. Mr. Trainee?
Amendment number 2, at Section 2, make the following amendments. Provision of commercial liability insurance for every driver. Insurance may include naming the municipality as an additional insured, municipal registration and temporary municipal licensing fee, risk management, and other considerations identified by the municipality. The fee structure may include a fat fee per ride, or a one-time fee, or both. Variations may be provided to encourage accessibility rides.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved by Mr. Trainee and seconded by Ms. Dombrowski. Any questions on that one? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson.
You're welcome.
Mr. Evans, could you hit your button for us? And that carries unanimously. Now, Mr. Hall, you have presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to be brief here. As a matter of fact, I will be brief. I am not going to support Mr. Trainee. Not that I'm opposed to or support Uber, but I just heard terms tonight: free market competition, ride share for a fee, good business opportunity, for hire, no questions, transportation company. You know, I think if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. But what I do know is that in this very room, when I was elected, I took an oath that I swore to uphold the laws of this municipality, and Title 11 regulates transportation in this community. I've got no doubt there's a wind of change blowing, but I will support Mr. Evans in a rewrite going into and having community participation in addressing how we handle this and handle it so hopefully no one gets harmed, but we still allow free enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about what this ordinance does and what it doesn't do, and I want to be very clear. This is a mechanism in which the city can have a conversation with Uber, and whatever MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, is developed, it has to come back to this body and be approved. And with that said, there is nowhere in here that we're saying throw out the rules and Uber doesn't have to abide by the law. This clearly says, right here, the Memo of Understanding shall address the following topics. Commercial liability insurance for every driver, vehicle model and make requirements, vehicle safety inspection and required components, criminal record check and driver safety record screening of drivers, wheelchair and additional accessibility, serviced areas in the outlying areas, weekend service downtown during bar closing, digital tracking and recording requirements, website local agent record retention requirements, prohibition of street hails, rate disclosure, electronic receipts, picture display of driver vehicles requirements, driver training requirements, zero tolerance policy on impaired driving, driver age, valid driver's license, proof of registration and liability insurance requirements, municipal registration, licensing fee, and other public safety and transportation services issued identified during the negotiation. Not to mention, we just have this entire page document that essentially says the TA can enforce the rules of Title 11. This is not throwing out the rules of Title 11. No matter how you cut it, it's just not simply true. This is saying that Uber is going to have to play by the rules. And it's not saying, if this passes, that there'll even be a deal. They might go to the municipal attorney and he might say, sorry, you won't agree with these terms? I'm not signing off on an MOU. I'm not even going to bring it to the assembly. So if this passes, it doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. What it means is they're going to have to comply with the municipal manager and the municipal attorney before it ever even comes back to us for an agreement. This is just an opportunity to start the discussion. So, you know, with that said, I'm absolutely supportive of this. I think this is structured. I think this is an opportunity. It's a mechanism to have the discussion. And I support it. I'm going to vote for it. And I hope others kind of take the emotion out of it and logically look at this and say, you know, it's time to have the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Johnston.
Yes, I have a question for our attorney.
Which one?
The one who helped Mr. Trainee with these amendments. There was, in it, it says that as far as surge pricing, reasonable limitations on surge pricing. And I have to say, Mr. Steele was the one that we were just discussing this, and as you're looking at this MOU, how do we define reasonable?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, that will be a conversation we'll be having with Uber in negotiations. There are a number of jurisdictions that have imposed limitations on surge pricing. We'll be looking at a sampling of those and making a decision about what we think works best for this community. And we'll be including that in our discussions with Uber.
Great, thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, I should add that I believe Uber has said in the past that one of the motivations behind surge pricing is that it encourages drivers to go out in that bad storm and provide service because they know they're going to make some extra money for their effort. So I don't want to suggest that we would propose banning it or eliminating it because I think there may be some validity to that point. On the other hand, there have been some complaints in jurisdictions about charges of several $100s to get from A to B during a storm, and we want to avoid that as well.
Thank you. I'm actually I'm fascinated with this approach for the pilot program because I think it takes it out of our hands, the 11 of us sitting up here, which I'm not quite sure how qualified we are, and it puts it in legal hands as far as the MOU. And I think it will help us define what we're looking for as far as the new technology and what we're looking for as far as Title 11 as we address Mr. Evans' ordinance in March. And it will give us some grounds of experience besides what we're looking at now as sort of emotional, well, it's a highly charged emotion. And I think legal, I trust legal will not get us out and onto a limb that could be libelous to the municipality. I trust our legal for that. And I agree with Ms. Dombrowski that it gives us an opportunity, once we see the MOU, whether we're going to accept it or not. But as I say, I'm much more inclined to go with a legal approach to this than with a legislative approach, and that's why I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Steele?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm in a quandary in terms of things. I like new technology. I like the fact that I think everybody that I've talked to that have dropped me emails, people I know that have used Uber have liked the experience. But I've got a real problem with, one of the first things I did when I first got on here is work with folks on Title 11 update. And what we were looking for was public safety. We were looking, how do we improve service and how do we ensure the public safety? And we went through and we, cameras in the cars, notice in terms of what the drop fee was and per mile charge, and phone number that you can call if you have a complaint, well-marked vehicles, background checks and safety. And then I think about Uber, and I really did have that question about who's the contract with. I mean, who are we really dealing with here? It seems to me that Uber gets it all set up and then they back out and say, not me. And so we're left with the driver with the liability. Okay, if that's the contract, let's make sure that that driver has the qualifications, certifications, and the background checks and those things. But we don't have any of that right now.
and it's not a level playing field. And so I'll be looking at it, and I know, Ms. Dabowski was correct in terms of this is a start. Uber's not going to be happy, I'm sure, that we're trying to tighten things up a bit, but that's our obligation as public servants, protectors of public safety.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's 1:34 here, so I hope I don't sound like I'm rambling, but anyway, here goes. We received lots and lots of emails from our constituents, both for and against Uber. And, there's no doubt that our community needs better car service, better car for hire service, especially in Eagle River, Chugach, and during bar closing hours. And first off, this is the 21st century, and I'm a fan of young, innovative entrepreneurs. I think it's great for the economy. But our community has rules in place for providing passenger service for hire. We have an municipal attorney who opined that Uber falls under Title 11, also known as the rules. We also had a judge who agreed with our municipal attorney. But Uber, who didn't agree, they decided, well, we're wealthy enough, so we're going to just provide free service until we get our way. That's kind of how it came across to me. Then we had a committee that was established to look at the issues of transportation network companies who drafted an ordinance to establish regulations for these companies. But we're not going to deal with that until March. And now we have before us a pretty well thought out ordinance that requesting the municipal attorney to work out a memorandum of agreement with Uber. And I'm aware of what the memorandum of agreement means. That, it has to be approved by the Assembly, which, anything that is approved by the Assembly also includes holding a public hearing. So, my thoughts continue to be that Uber really, they need to come to the table with a willingness to create a level playing field that includes requirements to provide public safety for our citizens. This out-of-state $15 billion company, they really need to figure out some type of give back to our community, for example, payment in lieu of taxes. And as everybody knows, I'm at National Legal City Convention, and I'm here with a whole bunch, over 3,000 legislators from all over the country, and I can guarantee you that I've had several conversations today with colleagues from all over the place, in particular California and from Cambridge. They have issues. I really, really appreciate the amendments that Mr. Traney brought forward. And because of those amendments, I feel a bit more comfortable in allowing our municipal attorney to work with Uber to come to an agreement, and I look forward to that agreement coming back to the Assembly and having another public hearing. And I'm hopeful that our attorney has heard my comments and will take into consideration everything that I had to say. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be voting for this, and I thank you for your patience.
Thank you for hanging with us, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Traney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot from people tonight that I don't think have even read the ordinance. So let me give you a salient point on here. We look at Section 1. It says, when the memorandum of understanding between the TNC and the municipalities developed for a pilot program of service subject to review by first the municipal attorney. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler, for your comments on it. Look forward to negotiating this. The city manager, and is approved by the Assembly after a public hearing on the memorandum of understanding. It's got a long public process. This doesn't turn Uber loose tonight or tomorrow. It's got to go through a process, and it's got to meet all these requirements we put on here for Mr. Wheeler, who is our attorney of record. He's the one that defends this town in court. And believe me, if this goes to court, he'll be the one there. Nobody else defending us, unless we outsource it. This is a good idea. We need to go forward with this thing. I just urge your support on this. I think it protects the public, and it protects where we want to go in this town.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have never used Uber. I don't have the app. Sounds like a lot of people I've heard from think it's great, and, you know, that's all well and good. You know, for me, it seems a little odd to have somebody in their own personal car come pick me up when I want to ride, but I guess for other people that works. I'm much more of a taxi person when I travel or when I'm in town and need a ride. But I also don't read books online, and I don't download music. So there's a whole lot of things that I do sort of in an older-fashioned way than on other people. And just like those things, I believe there is room in Anchorage for Uber and taxis to coexist. They provide the same basic service in two different ways. I do agree with everyone who testified tonight that said there has to be a level playing field. A level playing field doesn't necessarily mean everything is exactly the same. It just means you have to find a way through regulations to ensure that the basic playing field is fair. I support this motion. I think the biggest reason I support it is, and Ms. Johnston touched on this, you know, since this process began, we've been threatened with we're going to be sued, and there's equal protection claims and takings claims, and we're going to be taken to court over this. Because of that, I am more comfortable having this method of operation with Mr. Wheeler and the administration working out the details of what these regulations are going to be. Mr. Wheeler is charged with, you know, defending the municipality. He's going to be intimately involved in doing this. I know he's been researching very diligently the limits that the city can go to in incorporating Uber into our network. So I think this is the best approach. I think it's far better than the 11 of us coming up with something at this point. So I'll support this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. Mr. Honeman.
Yeah, just like earlier we had addressed the towing ordinance changes that were pretty dated and long overdue, and we alluded to how many years it actually took to get to where we were fairly comfortable, and even with that, there were still a few concerns that even Mr. Domboski said, I'm going to be watching. And this is, I suspect, going to be one of those issues that likely needs to be watching. If this were a resolution similar to contracts that are negotiated by the administration with our own labor forces, our people that work for us, municipal employees, that we then later got to see how close it came in alignment, and then got to vote up or down on, I would be much more comfortable as a resolution. But it's not. It's an ordinance. It's effective fact of law, and one of the things that I think is very premature, because we have an ordinance that's before us that's postponed till March. And I would see that, you know, I differentiate between the two, because I think telling the administration, the Transportation Inspection, or even the Transportation Commission to set and negotiate, if you will, terms that, you know, listen to the concerns from all parties and coming back to this body and saying, hey, here's what we're hearing, here's what we suggest based on what we're getting, I'd feel much more comfortable with that at this time, and I'd probably be supportive of the resolution to do just that. But because it's in the form of an ordinance, and because there's so many things that are still even lacking as yet, I mean, you look online, there's many, many concerns all around the nation, in fact, around the world, with Uber and another company called Lyft. And the one that's most glaring that just popped out was Orlando Airport had to sue to keep the Uber away from the airports because they're operating without paying their service fees that they're asking for. And we had to go to court and get an injunction. It's been testified to before. And I don't like being at the end of a pitchfork against the wall saying, okay, we'll play with you. You know, frankly, this is an industry that is ripe for some changes, and I think a little bit, we've gone a long ways in the last couple of years with some rewrite. We've got a ways to go yet, folks, and I'm not going to mince words. I think the dispatch service under the taxi industry has a long way to go. There's some concerns. Both of them share similar. They both charge a fee for a ride. TNCs are, to me, just an automated version of a dispatch company. The drivers are still contractors. They're not employees. All these things are similar. The only thing that changes really is when you start getting down to what type of vehicle, you know, whether it's a Crown Vic or whether it's a Prius. Well, I see yellow cabs that have Priuses and Subarus. So I'm seeing a lot of things that are coming around in technology. I have not a problem with technology. I don't have a problem with Uber. They need to follow Title 11 as the Anchorage Code that we've adopted, and we've worked and we've held everybody else to that same standard. I urge a no vote and I urge we work with Mr. Evans's ordinance, do a work session together, and if you want to come back next meeting with a resolution encouraging TI, Transportation Commission, and our municipal attorney with our Assembly Council to work on an MOU that we can then look at, I'd be more than willing to support that, but I cannot support an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr?
Well, I can support it. I think for a couple different reasons. I actually come from a logistics and distribution background, and so I think there's a nuance between what Uber is probably trying to say here is they are a transportation company. It doesn't seem like they're that today because of taxi. That's their primary entry to the market, but I was in package delivery in this town for some time. I see nothing that prevents Uber from getting that call from that lawyer, going over there and picking that package up and taking it across town. I've been told that they're delivering nurses to patients so they can give them a shot. I think it's truly going to be a transportation company, and we're going to need to wake up to that. I don't believe that it's government's role, and I dislike it when it happens, that they impact competition. And I don't think that's where we're headed. I think that it's been duly pointed out here that this is the first step for that process I'm rambling here a little bit, but the idea that government sort of get in the middle of competition is where I say that we won't. And so I think the idea that everybody needs to compete, whether that's a fair playing field or not, that definition changes every day. You bought a new car, you got a four-wheel drive, this phone works better than that. There is that. Regulations, I sat through Title 11 before. There was several goals in mind. We looked for encouragement of competition. I didn't particularly agree with that into the districts and areas where I have heard from my constituent body that transportation is lacking, whether it be bus route 120, taxis, putting your thumb out and hitchhiking. Sometimes we don't even have that option. I'm particularly supportive because this is a new part of government, and I've been up here for a while. This is a problem that we're not really trying to solve. It came to us, and there's a slight nuance in this because typically our laws and our work are to fix things that we recognize through big problems. Oop, we weren't prepared for that, or this happened. We better get a law in place now to prevent it from happening again. I see us being a little bit proactive, and I really commend Mr. Evans and the writers of this encouragement for the MOA for taking it on. It's a novel way of producing a product that will ultimately, I believe, be good government. The pilot discussion isn't really a pilot to me yet. We haven't started anything. The MOU is really the best to be hashed out legally. Bring the Uber lawyers up here and let them go with our team and see what they can produce and bring it back. I look forward to that happening, and I don't want to be an obstacle to that competition that may happen because Uber comes in the market. And I think that people will compete. Alaskans are tough. I competed, and I think you guys will too. So I'm encouraging that. Thank you for writing as clear as you could. It's a good process.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Well, I think I come at this in a somewhat unique manner. Mr. Trainee, I have now twice been the lone vote against additional taxi regulations that you authored because I think we have overregulated the industry, and it makes it hard to evolve as the industry evolves. And so what you and Ms. Domboski have put together here, I think, is this first step toward unwinding an excessively regulatory market and finding a way to integrate new options into our transportation system. Not necessarily a big fan of Uber's behavior thus far. They've managed to blow up my inbox a couple of times. They've, I think, sat down with me and told me they were happy to follow reasonable regulation, and then started operating without complying with any regulations until they had an injunction filed against them. So you're off on a bad first step. So I hope you do a lot better under this framework than you have thus far. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Flynn, I appreciate Mr. Honeman because I like working with my colleague, but if you look on line 28 of this document, it says, after public hearing on the memorandum of understanding, that somebody can either approve this or reject it. If they don't meet every requirement on here that Mr. Wheeler negotiates, we can simply throw this thing out and say, you're not going to operate in Anchorage. this is the only way to go with this particular ordinance, dealing with Uber, because there's going to be restrictions on them. And Mr. Wheeler, negotiate as hard as you do on everything else. I want to see a memorandum of understanding that we can agree it's best interest of this town. So hopefully this will be in your ballpark now, sir.
Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And so by a vote of 8 yeas and 3 nays, that motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move for immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Second.
Would you please press your buttons?
Second.
Immediate reconsideration is before us. No vote is urged. Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Who am I missing? There we are. So by a vote of 1 yea and 10 nays, that motion fails. That brings us to the conclusion of our regular agenda. We have no special order items. We are at audience participation. If you wish to speak to us about a subject we have not yet covered this evening, we have time for one person. Mr. Oliva.
Good evening. I'm here on the invitation of Mr. Flynn in reference to the budget. I would hope that in the upcoming budget, you budget enough money, fair amount to fair market value, and buy all my properties. Being adjacent to the Bella Francis shelter, I don't think Mr. Starr 30 years ago ever thought that a gun would be drawn on the adjacent property owner. I mean, it was a very scary experience. You know, one of my workers has been shot and killed. What's happened down at the shelter as the pandemic is the spice drug, and there is no control. If you watched Channel 2 News last night, Lisa, the director or worker there at the shelter, said she witnessed the sales of the drug off campus. Off campus is adjacent to my property, which is called the Spice Rack. The corner of my property is called McCormick's Corner. And the safety factor for me is I got to get out of there. And instead of suing you for inverse condemnation from the mistakes of a conditional use, which you have no control over, I feel that if you budget the money, and the source of the funds can come from 2 places, actually 3. One, from a rate increase with ML&P, because they're one of my present tenants, and then the other one, Nome did a pretty good job. They started looking at taxing churches and nonprofits. And I want to reference specifically churches because there's a second issue on Saturday night. There's no parking, and it affects my lot, from 4th Avenue to 3rd Avenue on Carlick. But every Saturday night, some church, some warm and fuzzy, comes down there, parks on both sides of the street where it says no parking anytime, and on the one side of the street where there's campers, right below signs that says there's no camping, they hand out food and clothing. Guess who gets to clean up after them? If you feed a baby, and if all you've had children or were a child yourself, if you eat, you digest it, and you gotta get rid of it. Unfortunately, they do it on my property. And the clothes they use for toilet paper. Now, by example, these churches shouldn't be parking in a no parking zone because it reflects back to the street people. They can violate the law.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Appreciate you coming down.
In summation, I want to recommend and make it part of the book, or part of the record, this book. It's called The Tragedy of American Compassion. And Mr. Flynn, I'm going to give it to you and the rest of you. I ordered every one that was on Amazon, and it offers solutions. And I don't agree with them all. You won't agree with them all. But it's a good read, and I think it'll get you in a mindset to look at the problem of homelessness in a different light.
Thank you, Mr.
And be careful when you come down and visit.
Very good. All right.
Any questions this late in the evening?
Go
ahead, fire away, Bill.
Folks, just a reminder that for our December 2nd meeting, the deadline for agenda items is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Because of the holiday, we will not have an addendum, so if you have anything you need in, tomorrow 2 o'clock, otherwise Heidi, 12 o'clock, otherwise Heidi will put the hammer down and we won't get to it. So with that, may I have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.